Hey, that's good shooting, little Jim. Clean a back shot as I ever seen in my life. Called for another one.
That's a shame. He had a full house. You can't win them all. Drinks on in.
Them's the meanest, toughest killers I ever saw. Who are they?
Well, them's the Slade boys. Didn't you know that?
No.
We're sure lucky they didn't plug us, too.
The Slade boys. I'm sure glad they're riding on through. Do you know where they're heading?
I heard him mention a place called Kiowa Flats.
Slade boys. Kiowa Flats. Remind me to ride clear of that place, will you? Come on, give me a drink.
Yeah, I'll come up with you.
What? They're coming. I see them up by the forks, Mr. Brown. One of them's about 9 foot tall.
Well, who's coming?
Them!
You say one of them's a great big tall man?
About 9 foot tall and half as big around.
And the other fella is a little bit of a fella?
About half as big as his brother.
And mean looking?
Meaner than rattlesnakes.
It's them, all right. It's them. Now, Sonny, you get it off the street. Get in the house, you hear me? Keep off the streets. Now go on and get. Ain't no sense looking for trouble. Darn thing never was no good nohow. They're coming! They're coming! They're coming. They're coming, ladies. They're coming. Hey, Franco! They're coming. He's showing good sense. They're coming. They're coming. They came. Now don't nobody start nothing.
Hey, Oz.
Yeah,
Let's wash some of the trail list out.
it's a good idea, little Joe.
Howdy.
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 Howdy. Get up. Get up, Twilly.
All right. Morning, Sheriff. Morning. Well, don't mind if I do. Who's buying?
You're always talking about how well you knew them Slade boys,
That's right.
Yeah, just how well do you know them?
Sheriff, me and the Slade boys was practically weaned together. I am their bosom friend.
Yeah. Well, your bosom friends just rode into town.
Sheriff.
Yeah, all right.
You say that again.
Your bosom friends just rode into town.
Well, why would those two murderous villains want to come to a miserable hole like Kiowa Flats?
Because Alonzo McFadden hired them to kill off all the Hatfield boys, that's why.
Oh, that's right. Well, where are they now?
In the bar.
Oh, no, they're terrible. No, Sheriff, that's the only bar in town. They'll bust that place up. What do you mean never mind? They'll ruin. All right.
Or you go to the livery stable, get a horse, hire it, charges to me,
Right.
and ride out and tell old Jubal Hadfield not to come into town for quite a spell.
Jubal
Then when you come back, look me up because I'll need you to identify them two fellas.
Right, I'll do it right. And look. Look after the bar. Will you look after it?
Yeah, I will.
Hey, little Joe. Is there something wrong with me? Do I smell or something?
Oh, you smell about the same. How about me?
About the same. Say, mister,
Yes, sir.
is there something wrong with us or something?
Oh, no, sir. No, you're just fine. Just fine.
Bring us another beer.
You want another beer?
Yeah, this is fine here.
Nice day, ain't it? Ain't good enough to drink, ain't good enough for sheep death. I say it's a nice day, ain't it?
Oh, yes, it's a fine day. I mean, it's a nice day. About as nice a day as we ever had. I can't remember a nicer one. It was, well, maybe back in 47 or 48. I might have had something better. I don't remember. Well, it's kind of warm. Well, it's not too warm. Maybe a little on the chilly side. Well, any kind of weather's all right with me, so long as it don't bother you none. Oh, I guess it's a nice day. I don't know.
I reckon they ain't used to strangers or something, little Joe.
Yeah, something. Let's get out of here.
Howdy.
Howdy. Don't look like nobody's here.
You know, I don't like this. Let's get out of here.
Oh, no, little Joe.
I just don't like it. There's something funny about the people around here.
Well, I'm too tired to argue about it. Just sign her name and get a room.
How am we gonna get a room? There's nobody here.
Just sign her name and pick one. One with a lock. Hang the expense.
Now they're going upstairs. They're going to stay all right.
Oh, did you see the way they looked at me? Oh, gentlemen, there was death in them eyes. Sudden death. Oh, I tell you, when they took that swallow of beer, and that big one made that face, and he looked dissatisfied and uneasy like, oh, I tell you, I could hear them pearly gates ajar open. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I feel considerable shook.
I'm a mite shook up myself. Miss Lorna Doone and ladies, if I was you, I'd get in off the streets. It's apt to be a mite dangerous.
B. Bannerman Brown. Well, there's some in this town have a sense of duty, if others that oughta ain't.
Yes.
Now, where are they?
They're,
Stand aside, B. Bannerman Brown. Will you get out of the way? Come, ladies.
Great jumping Jehoshaphat.
Repent, sinners. The day of retribution is at hand.
Yes, Ma, I reckon it is.
Us poor, frail females have come to throw ourselves on your mercy.
You come to do what, ma'am?
We want you should spare us our men.
Amen.
Well, there ain't enough of them to go around as it is.
Amen.
Don't you worry none, ma'am. We'll spare you men if they're worth sparing. Hey, what do you reckon he meant by all that?
Beats the heck out of me.
Hey, somebody's shooting at somebody.
I think it's us.
What the heck did we do?
They ain't fine, no, but I'm gonna find out.
$2 for this.
Sure ain't worth much now. Man, wasn't that good shooting.
Well, look, next time, will you use your own neckcloth, please?
I just hope there's gonna be a next time.
Hey, you in there!
Huh?
We know who you are and what you're here for. You can die now or later. If you want a chance to make your peace, throw out your guns.
Hey, they got us mixed up with somebody else.
I sure hope so.
Well, why else would they be shooting at total innocent strangers if they didn't have us mixed up with somebody?
I don't know. This is Texas, though, huh?
Yeah, well, reckon we better go ahead and do what he says. Throw our guns out and then go out and see what it's all about. Come on.
All right, let's try it again. What are your names? And what are you doing here?
We done told you that. Our names is Cartwrights, and we're down here to buy cattle.
Ants? Go on, boy. Oh! I told you not to lie to me.
We ain't lying.
Of course you ain't. You just come down here to buy cows. Texas cows. Now, who in his right mind is going to believe anybody come down here to buy Texas Longhorns, I ask you?
I told you. We're going to take them back up to our ranch in Nevada and cross them with our own herd so as we'll have a hardier breed.
And you two are going to drive them cows clean across West Texas, right on up through a hunk of New Mexico, all the way to the Nevada territory, just the two of you?
Yeah, that's what we said.
It's a fine lie, gents. A fine lie. It's the kind of noble, inspired lying that does credit to the folks that raised you. But it don't wash out here. Now, I'll tell you who you are. You're them two low-down, gun-slinging, murdering, hydrophobic skunks of Slade boys that was hired by old man McFadden to wipe out us Hadfields because he couldn't do it himself.
And now look, we never heard of the McFaddens, and we never heard of the Hatfields.
And that's the truth.
Ain't they the living wonders, though? Ants, take them out and do what has to be done.
Come on.
Come on.
Hey, what in time is going on here anyway? What are you fixing to do to these fellas?
Kill them? They're the Slade boys.
You can't do that. You ain't sure they're the Slades?
Ain't sure. Ain't sure. You see them, don't you?
Sure, I see them, but I never see the Slades in my life, and neither did you.
He's right there, Pa.
Yeah, Twirly Boggs, he says he knows them. He says he known them a long time back in Austin.
Oh, Twirly?
Yeah.
Fine. Fetch him in here. Let him identify him, and then we'll kill him if it'll make you any happier.
Well, you see, Twirly ain't exactly around right at this moment.
Oh, Ants, take him out.
Come on. Wait a minute. Won't do no harm to wait till morning, will it?
Where are we going to keep him until morning?
Pa, why don't we just stick him in Brown's jail and let him take responsibility for him?
You leave me in my jail out of this.
Ants, take him out.
Wait a minute. All right. All right. Just get somebody to help me get him over to jail, that's all.
Say, Bannerman Brown.
On your way, on your way.
You make sure they're there, come on. Or I might just take it into my head to vacate your office.
I'm getting sick of you.
Well, Joe, I got a funny feeling the law in this town is sure easily influenced.
Yeah, all you need's a Navy Colt.
Oh, you fellas comfortable and happy? I mean, can I get you anything? A bottle of whiskey or a couple of steaks or something?
When are you going to let us out of here?
Well, tomorrow morning, one way or another.
What do you mean, one way or another?
Well, if I can find Twirly Boggs and he says you ain't the Slade boys, I'll turn you loose.
Yeah, but what's going to happen if you can't find Twirly Boggs?
You get hung.
I just about got it figured out.
Hear what?
This whole dang town is touched.
Oh, come on. Who ever heard of a whole town being touched?
Feller told me one time they got a weed down here and they call it a loco weed. When the horses and cows eat it, they get wilder and all get out.
Oh, so? People don't eat weeds.
Yeah, but they eat beef, don't they? One of them critters gets all filled up on that there local weed, it'd kind of salt the meat down, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sure does. Little Joe, you don't reckon they're really going to hang us, do you?
I don't know if they're joking us. They're sure pushing it pretty far. Hang on. Don't blob.
Blab.
Oh, don't blab. Rescue is at hand. Signed Black Alonzo, the red-handed Avenger.
Little Joe, even the kids have been affected with that loco beef in this town.
Sheriff Brown.
Oh, good evening, Miss Lorna Doone. Good evening, ladies.
I have fetched my tribute.
Yes, I guess as much.
Me and the ladies of the town have come to comfort them poor sinners in their final hours.
Yeah.
Well, the good book says we should forgive our enemies. We are told to bring solace to the afflicted, even though they are a couple of low-down murdering skunks.
Yes, here's the keys. You go in and console them low-down murderers, them poor lost sheep. Me, I got work to do. Good night, ladies.
Poor doomed prisoners, it ain't too late. Down on your knees as you face your awful fate. Repent your crimes before that trap is sprung. And you, like a side of beef, are hung.
Poor soul. If when you come up close and scooch against the bars, you could kind of rest your po head on my shoulder.
It ain't fair hanging men when there ain't enough to go round's it is.
If you don't mind, I'd like to finish my little tribute whilst there's time.
Ma'am, did you have many more of those?
No, just 10 or 12 more verses. Well, I didn't have enough time to do a real good job on it.
That's a shame.
Now your poke is spent, and you can take my word. We'll remember the gent that went riding herd, a-fighting and shooting like desert rats to come to their end in Kiowa Flats. Now toll the bell, their souls are fled.
There'll be much more of this, Hoss.
Shh. Them two poor boys are hanging dead. Somewhere their kinfolk will weep and pray.
Well, this is worse than hanging.
For them that got heisted up today. Did you really like it?
Ma'am, I thought he was prime, just prime.
Well, it ain't often I get a chance to recite my tribute to the dear departed before they're departed.
No, ma'am, I don't reckon you do.
I suppose you'd like to have it buried with you. Most folks do. Oh, Clara Lou, stop that noise.
I can't help it. There ain't enough men to go around, and here they go, wasting two at the same time.
Amen.
It's a woman's place to endure, Clara Lou.
Well, I don't mind enduring if I got a man to put up with. Speaking of which, Isabella, I notice you've been hanging on to a certain hand half the livelong night.
Clara Lou Kinsey.
Well, I can't help it. She's just a selfish thing, that's all she is.
Well, I never. I guess a certain person can hold another person's hand if they choose.
Well, a certain person didn't have to choose the way another certain person grabbed onto it.
I wouldn't act like such a hussy if I was you, Clara Lou Kinsey.
Well, at least I ain't a flipperty gibbet like some Lizabelle Jones.
Take loose from them pesky females, boys, and get a move on. We're busting you out.
Who are you?
Alonzo McFadden, you dang fool, the one that hired you. Well, come on.
Alonzo McFadden! Bring him back here! Bring him
Come on, boys. Women, I want you to meet my friends. My good friends. Big Jack and Shorty Jim Slade. Boys, say howdy. My wife, Wheezy, and my daughter, Amanda.
Howdy, ma'am. Howdy. Mr. McFadden, you're making a terrible mistake. You see, we ain't really the...
Never mind that now. We'll talk in the morning.
Hey, but look, Mr. McFadden, we're...
Duration. How you boys go on and on.
Dad burn it, Mr. McFadden, we ain't the Slade boys.
You ain't?
No, we ain't. That's what we've been trying to tell you all the way in from town. Look, we're the Cartwrights.
What's the matter? You scared?
Oh, we ain't scared, and we do appreciate you busting us out of that jail, Mr. McFadden. That burn it, if it make you feel any better, I almost wish we was the Slade boys, but we just ain't.
So if you don't mind, we'll just mosey on back.
Bye, ma'am.
In the house.
Oh, at first one side don't believe us.
And then the other.
Yep.
We got ourselves in the middle of something, and I don't like it.
That's for sure.
What do you think we ought to do about it?
Well, I'll tell you, little Joe. I done been hauled up, hauled down, and threatened with a hanging, and thrown in jail, and busted out of jail, and poetized at, and shot at, and reared halfway across the state of Texas in the dark. I'm gonna get some sleep. I don't know what you're gonna do. Hey.
3:10 in the morning.
Who are you?
Turn him around, little Joe. Yeah. I thought I'd recognize that patch. You wouldn't be Black Alonzo, the red-handed Avenger, would you?
I was gonna bust you out. Only Pa and the boys got there first.
Yeah, well, just how was you figuring on busting us out?
Figured to dig a tunnel. That's a good way to bust out of dungeons.
Yeah, you're pretty well posted on things, ain't you, fella?
You just bet I am.
I'll bet you even know what we're doing here, don't you?
Shucks, half the country knows Pa hired you to kill Ann's Hadfield.
And, just why are we supposed to kill Ann's Hatfield?
He's the fastest gun around here, ain't he? None of us McFaddens can hold a candle to him. We gotta get rid of him before we can kill the rest of the Hadfields.
Well, how come you gotta kill all them Hadfield?
Don't you fellas know anything? It's a feud. He's kind of dumb, ain't he?
Why, you little...
You just touch me and I'll holler for...
Black Alonzo, you tell your pa that we hate to leave like this, but we just ain't the Slade brothers, you hear? You thank him for busting us out of jail, all right? Shot at.
Hold your fire. They ain't shooting back. Come on. Let's go collect the bodies. Slade boys, on your feet.
Look, we're not this... Never mind.
I want you two to listen and listen good. I hired you to do a job for me, and last night you tried to run out on your obligations.
And now, Mr. McFadden...
Shut up and listen. I'm giving you fellas a fair choice. Now you can take them guns and do the job you're supposed to. You got another choice. Name your poison, boys.
Dad burn it, Mr. McFadden. Don't you folks ever think any other use for a rope around here?
First the Hatfields want to hang us for being the Slade brothers. Now you want to do it because we ain't.
I'm getting awful tired of hearing that same old tired lie. All right, boys, heist them up.
Now, hold on just a minute. That burn it, Mr. McFadden, I'm getting sort of tired of being called a liar, too. We ain't the Slade boys. All you got to do is ride into town and look up a feller named Twirly Boggs. Sheriff Brown told us that he knew the Slade boys, and he can tell you right quick we ain't them.
That's right.
All right, boys. If it'll make you feel better disposed to do the work you was hired for, we'll all saddle up and ride into town. We'll look up Twirly Boggs. Take the gun, boys.
Morning, horse.
wasn't a jail that could hold them Slades. You see, I know them boys. I know them real good. I went to school with the Aunt Emmeline, see? I tell you, those boys would gouge your eyes out if they thought you looked at them in the wrong way. They would shoot you if they wanted a little target practice. Why, them boys... Who's buying, gents? Them boys, they had a man for breakfast every day of their life from the day that they put on long pants. Yes, sir. They had 2 on Sundays. Never touched me, though. No, sir. They like me. You see, they like me real good. But Oh, come on now. Somebody stole my drink. Let's have a drink here. I tell you, them 2 Slade boys is 2 curly wolves. They are the big wind off in the prairie. They walk in blood, and where they breathe, they leave behind them ruin.
Get ready for ruin right now, because here they come.
Oh, hallelujah. They look mad. I'm getting out of here.
No, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. Wait a minute, help me save the whiskey. Wait a minute. Skiddo.
Howdy.
Brown, where's Twirly Boggs? Come out of there, Boggs.
No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Now, take it easy. Let's not go massacring Twirly Boggs now. I ain't never done no harm to nobody.
Come here, Boggs.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Take a look at these 2. Are they or ain't they the Slade boys?
Well,
Are they or ain't they?
You just go right ahead and answer, Mr. Boggs. Tell him the truth. Ain't nobody gonna hurt you.
Correct. Ain't nobody gonna hurt you.
That's fine. Well, yeah, that Slade boy's all right. I seen a lot of them down in Austin. Hi, boys. What's the matter, boys? Don't you know me? I'm Twirly Boggs. Remember? I used to go to school with your old Aunt Emmeline.
That doesn't. Take these and do the job you're supposed to, or you won't be around to taste air come tomorrow morning.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Boggs.
Howdy, boys. Howdy.
Howdy, Mr. Brown. Boy, anybody comes riding into this, they're gonna get slaughtered.
Yeah, they got guns planted in the windows and up on the roofs and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, maybe the Hatfields won't ride into town after all.
They'll ride in all right. They got the news.
Seems a terrible shame, don't it? All these folks killing each other.
How'd a feud like this ever get started, Sheriff?
Over a hog.
Over a hog?
Yep, just a plain common, ornery, razorback hog. I'll tell you boys all about it, but first I got to get a little potation to loosen up the vocal cords. I'll tell you the whole sad tale. Come on. Gully. Thank you, son.
You gentlemen care for some more sheep dip? Beer?
Yeah, give us a couple of beers.
Yeah, well, as I started to tell you out there, see these here Hadfields and McFaddens, they've been slaughtering one another, man and boy, for the last 30 years.
Yeah, well, how did the hog get mixed up in it?
Well, come on, sit down, boys, I'll tell you all about it now. See, Grant Hadfield, he was fattening him a razorback shoat, you see, for his winter meat. Well, one morning, that shoat turned up missing. So he got his gun, saddled up, and went out looking for her. Couldn't find her. But as he was passing by the McFadden's cabin, he, pork roasting. So he went in, and of course, naturally, they asked him to stay to supper. And lo and behold, they brought on a great big mess of fresh roast pork. He knowed the Hatfield didn't have no pig, so he accused them of stealing his. And then the shooting started, and it's been going on ever since, for 30 years.
All that killing over one dad-burned old fattening hog. Now, look here, Mr. Brown, you were sheriff then. Now, how come you didn't stop it?
Oh, shucks, I tried 2 or 3 times, but it didn't do no good. See, nobody pays much attention to me. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm getting old, or maybe it's because I'm getting a little cowardly. I don't know. You boys don't look so darned old, and you sure don't look like cowards.
Well, Sheriff, you're not suggesting that we do something about the feud. I mean, after all, we're supposed to be the Slade brothers.
Ah, shucks. I knowed you want gunmen the minute I laid eyes on you. I can tell a killer a mile off. Besides, that Twirly Boggs is the biggest liar in the whole great state of Texas. And that son's just covering a heap of territory.
Yeah, well, if you knew, why didn't you say something? First the McFaddens were going to hang us and the Hatfields are going to shoot us?
Well, I kind of thought maybe I was holding a hand I could draw too. But, oh, never mind. By the way, I snuck your horses out of the livery stable and tied them back in the alley, and your guns is in my office.
Sheriff, we sure do appreciate this. Come on, Little Joe, let's get out of here.
Thanks an awful lot, Sheriff.
It's all right, boys.
Hey, Buck. Hey, Buck. Come here, boy. Where you going to that rifle?
I'm gonna kill me some Hatfields.
Yeah, even the kids are thinking like that.
That seems like a shame, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, let's go.
Come on, who you joking?
That's what I like about us as a family, Little Joe. Pa always taught us to never do nothing the others be ashamed of. I'd like to keep it like that.
I just wonder if there's anything we can do, like B. Bannerman Brown said.
No, I don't know, but let's try. Come on.
You boys change your minds about going?
Well, sir, you might say we had our mind changed for us. I don't know what we're going to do, but whatever it is, I think we better get started.
Hey, listen, you got any ideas, Sheriff?
Yeah, got one. Lorna Doone Mayberry.
Lorna Doone Mayberry.
See, my grandpappy always told me, he says, son, you get the women on your side, and the battle's won.
Excuse me, ma'am. Me and my little brother are in a peck of trouble, and, well...
Come on. Tell me what it's all about. Come on.
Well, first of all, ma'am, there's just about to be a bunch of killing out there in that street.
There's always killing in that street.
Well, yes, ma'am, and that seems to me like it's a terrible waste. I mean, there not being enough men to go around for all you ladies like it is.
There ain't a woman living can keep men from fighting.
Well, ma'am, I beg to differ with you. You see, sometimes women folk can sort of get around men folk in little ways, and I figured maybe if you ladies tried right hard, you might be able to get around these.
You ain't as dumb as you look. What do you want me to do?
Well, ma'am, here's our plan. We figured if you...
All right, hold your fire, man. Close your fire. Hold it. Hold it. Lorna Doone Mayberry! Dag nabbit, you get them women off of this street!
We're staying right here.
Lorna Doone! Have you lost what few wits you ever had?
I got my wits, Jubal Hatfield, and that's more than you can say. Us women got a few things to tell you. And you can start your fighting after you hear us out. All right, ladies. Well, they gotta listen to you.
I got something to say. You all know me. I'm Wheezy McFadden. My man's Alonzo McFadden. He's over there behind them barrels and things with the rest of the McFaddens. Alonzo, I want you to listen to me. I can't have no more chillin'. But I ain't gonna cook for you, nor wash for you, nor do anything a wife's bound to do for her man till you put down that gun and come out of there. Alonzo, I mean it.
I'm Susan Hatfield. I guess you all know who I'm talking to. What Wheezy says goes for me too, Jubal. I won't be the kind of wife I should till you stop this fighting.
I'm talking to you, Anse Hatfield. You heard your ma talk, and you heard my ma. You're on one side, and I'm on the other. Here I am, Anse. But don't come after me with a gun in your hand.
Boy, you get back here. You hear me?
You men want to hear some more?
Just a dang minute! What tarnation's going on here?
Hey! Confound it, get back here! This ain't no way to run a feud!
And it was such a nice day for it, too. Hatfield, I'll buy a drink.
A drink? All right. I'll accept your offer, and I'll buy another.
Fair enough. Whiskey.
Whiskey.
Yes, sir.
Lorna, that was a mighty fine thing you just done. Lorna, 15 years ago, you said to me that if
I think we done hung around here long enough. We better be just riding on and tending our business, and that's buying cattle.
Oh, Hoss, take it easy. A guy has to have a little chance to relax.
Boys, here's your hats and here's your own guns. Now take an old man's advice and get riding. Here you are, son.
Yeah, well, Sheriff, we were just beginning to enjoy this town.
Yeah, but don't forget the silly heap of folks around here that still thinks you're the Slade boys. Now, word to the wise?
You've had plenty for today, little Joe. Come on.
Jimbo Hatfield, you put her there.
Alonzo McFadden, you're a good old sot.
Thank you, Jubal.
The best. Except for one thing.
What did I do wrong, Jubal?
Bringing in them hired killers to settle a dispute between two Texas gentlemen. I'm ashamed of you.
Jubal, I'm a dirty dog.
Oh, now, don't take on.
I'm a dirty dog. Jubal, this has got to be wiped out in blood.
All right. Whose blood?
Who do you suppose? Those two dirty, miserable killers that came along into our peaceful little community trying to stir up trouble between us two peace-loving families.
That's what I like about you, Alonzo. You think the same as me. Let's go round up a couple of the boys, just in case.
Hey, how far is it to Kiowa Flats? Just a couple of miles back down the road.
You don't suppose that...
I think so. Come on, let's get out of here. You don't reckon?
I think so.
Not many men are so privileged as we are to see a new civilization born before our own eyes.
There are times in the streets of Virginia City when I question the use of the word civilization.
It is always that way with the new hop sing. A diamond, before it is polished, seems no more than a clod of dirt. Is this the American way to toast on an American occasion?
To your son, on his 18th birthday.
To my son Jimmy's American birthday, to the joining of the past and the present, to create a finer future. You have honored my house, and now there is much to do. You are fortunate to know the Cartwright family so well, Hop Sing. It pleases me to know that here in America, the affection and respect of the sons for the father is as strong as it is in the land of our ancestors.
The Cartwrights have great respect for you, my uncle, and admiration for your son.
I am happy that the younger sons will honor us with their presence at the birthday party. And do not worry, Hop Sing. Your friend Hoss will be fed as well as if you yourself did the cooking.
Hey, you. You speak to me? Yeah. You and me work good together, Billy boy.
gonna have to clean a lot more of this dirt out of here before Virginia City is a fit place to live.
Little Joe, is it sure enough true we're going to have bird's nest for dinner at Jimmy Chang's birthday party?
That's what Adam told us.
I ain't for sure I'm going to like that.
Well, it's something to eat. You'll like it, all right.
I'm sick.
Paul, Adam, come out here, quick!
See, what happened to your boy? What happened to your boy?
Can you talk, Hop Sing?
Looks like he's been a pretty bad fight.
Yeah. Paul, let me help him in the house.
You forget about it. Hapsing all right. It's Chinese business only.
What do you mean by that, Paul? You don't think he's tangled up in one of them Tong things we heard about, do you?
No, I don't, son. The Tong is a protective organization composed of civilized people.
I wonder how much more this has been going on.
A lot of it, particularly in the California gold mines. Didn't think any of it had spread over the mountains.
Why would anybody want to do a thing like this?
Because Hop Sing is Chinese.
That's the craziest thing I ever heard of, Paul. I feel like going in there and tearing that town apart board by board.
No, you won't, son. You'll go to Jimmy Chang's birthday party tomorrow just as you planned.
I suppose we just forget about the fact that somebody beat up on Hop Sing.
We're not going to forget about it, but we're not going to stir up more trouble for the Chinese than they already have.
You sure you got enough money?
Oh, yes, sir, Paul. We done paid for Jimmy Chang's present. We're just going to go pick it up.
All right. Well, we'll see you later.
What was it you wanted, Lee Chang?
Oh, today is birthday of my son.
Oh, ain't that nice?
Would like to buy 18 small American flag.
All right.
Why, you're plumb out of them flags, ain't you, Hammond?
Hmm? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. I don't have any American flags, Chang. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for?
I don't have any. You'll have to go some other place.
Thank you. I will try Campbell's on C Street.
He don't have none either. And neither does anybody else in town.
Chang, my friend.
Mr. Byrne, Mr. Adam, it would seem my unworthy nephew feeds the food to bring good health.
It would seem Hop Sing feeds my brother Hoss a few extra servings, too.
Well, there's a big day in your life, Chang. You'll be mighty proud of that boy of yours.
Mr. Cartwright, could I ask you a question, please?
Well, of course. Anything you want, you know that.
There are customs of your people I do not understand. I'd wish for my son an American birthday party.
I wouldn't worry about it. Just give him a cake with candles.
Oh, yes. It must be candles and not flags.
Well, what do you mean, Chang?
I had thought to put American flags on the cake, but I understand it is not permitted.
Who says so?
Oh, it's no matter.
Chang, did Hammond refuse to sell you American flags to put on Jimmy's cake?
I did not understand. I do not wish trouble.
Adam, Ben, it's good to see you. And what can I do for my favorite customers?
We'd like to buy some American flags.
I don't have any of them little ones, Ben.
And how did you know we wanted some of those little ones?
Yeah, maybe we wanted a great big one.
Well, do you?
You run in the store now, Jesse?
No. No, I just take care of my own affairs, that's all.
Well, then stay out of ours.
You pack a grudge a long time, Adam.
Well, how about it, Hammond?
I'm just sure we don't have none.
Now, why don't you take a nice, hard look?
We're right here. Well, here's some of them. I didn't know I had any left. Let's see, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many of them did you need?
18. They're to be put on a birthday cake.
Oh. There's a few extra. That'll be $1. Thank you.
Adam, you shouldn't let Jesse Tibbs get under your skin that way.
I can't help it. Nothing but a cattle thief and a hired gun, and yet he walks around loose.
He'll trap himself in time.
Andy Fullman. Well, this town's getting pretty hard up for somebody to run for mayor, isn't it?
Adam, is Jesse Tibbs still foreman of that ranch that Andy Fulmer bought out south of Carson?
As far as I know. Hop Sing, the business with the flags with Lee Chang.
Yeah, that sounds just about like the kind of tactics that Fulmer would use. First the Irish and now the Chinese.
America for the Americans. That's a pretty tired platform.
Adam, do me a favor. Will you take these flags over to Lee Chang? Tell him that Hammond just misunderstood him.
What are you up to?
Somebody I want to talk to.
Come in. And Cartwright, I'm rightly honored. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit, Mr. Cartwright?
You don't have to go through any of the formalities, Mr. Fulmer. We've known each other for some time. What school did you get that from?
School of Hard Knocks, same one you went to, Ben.
Only I don't call myself a lawyer.
Folks get in trouble, they come to me for advice. Ain't nothing in the law says I can't charge a fee for helping them. Now, just what did you have on your mind, Ben?
Andy? I understand you're fixing to run for mayor.
That's right.
Andy, what's your platform?
Virginia City for Virginia City. Short, sweet, and to the point. You like that?
Well, it depends on what it means.
It means Virginia City belongs to the folks that made it what it is. It means we don't want outsiders.
Well, now, what's your definition of an outsider, Andy?
Well, now, Ben, you live outside the city and you can't vote for me anyhow, even if you would. But I'll be glad to spell it out for you anyway. It means our town's being overrun by foreigners who are willing to work for nothing, and they're taking the bread and butter out of the mouths of folks like us who built this country.
Now, by foreigners, Andy, who do you mean? The Irish, or the Welsh, or the Chinese?
Now, before you start giving me any of that high-flown talk about prejudice, you just stop and remember this camp's full of those same Irishmen and Welshmen and Cornishmen, and those are the very people I mean to protect.
I wasn't going to give you any high-flown talk about prejudice, Andy. I just wanted to know where you stood.
Yeah. Does that mean you're against me, Ben?
Well, Andy, it means that if I find out that you or any of your boys had anything to do with beating up my cook, I'll tie a rope around you. I'll drag you up and down Main Street.
Now, Ben, like I said before, you don't live in this city. And you can't vote for me nohow. So why don't you just stay out of this campaign?
I guess you just invited me in, Andy.
Chang, just when I got a surprise birthday present right out the open. We would have to run into it.
I didn't expect to see you till tonight. You are coming to the party, aren't you?
Sure, we're coming, Jimmy.
What's the matter, Hoss?
We really gonna eat bird's nest?
My father said he felt the same way about the first piece of apple pie he ever saw. See you later. I gotta get to the stable and get to work.
Take it easy, Jimmy. He's a good kid.
Yeah.
Made up his mind to go to college, and he'll do it, too.
You reckon he knew this was his birthday present?
If he couldn't figure that out, he sure has no sense going to college.
Hey, good looking.
You know better than to say a thing like that in public.
You didn't seem to mind it so much last night.
Why, Billy Wheeler, I wasn't even with you last night.
Then who were you with, Sally? Tommy Gaines or Ned Wilkins or the Pierce kid? Or maybe him?
What if I was?
I didn't know you was making fun. I'd slap your mouth.
Let go of me.
Suppose I tell your daddy what you just said. What do you think old JR did to you, huh? Now, you just be nice, and I won't tell. Let go of her. Let go of her. Why don't you try and make me? Boy, you just made the biggest mistake of your life. The biggest mistake you'll ever make.
Jimmy. Oh, let me look at that cut.
That's all right, Miss Sally. Leave me alone.
All I did was bathe your face. A girl would do that for anyone.
Yes, anyone.
I didn't mean it the way it sounded.
That's all right. I'm used to it.
Here, I'll put some more water on it.
Sally,
Father!
get into the house.
But, Father...
Did you hear me?
Why, what have I done?
You've disgraced my name, flouting yourself in front of this heathen.
I was just helping Jimmy. Billy Wheeler hit him.
And I thank Billy Wheeler for that.
Father, how can you say that? Jimmy didn't do anything.
You get into the house before I thrash you.
I'm not afraid of you, Father. I haven't done anything wrong. Every time I look at a boy, you see evil.
Shame!
Sally!
You keep away from her.
You shouldn't have done that, Mr. Ridley.
Why?
Oh, Father, no! No! Father, no!
You've killed her.
No. No.
I told you it was the biggest mistake you ever made. Boy, I sure told you.
I wouldn't be too worried if I was you, Lee Chang, about Jimmy. He'll be around in a minute.
The old man Ridley probably gave him a few extra chores to do.
You know, Mr. Ridley, he's tougher than nails.
Oh, Jimmy not mine. He work hard. He do what Mr. Ridley tell him.
What do you think, Hoss?
I don't know. That boy's so danged anxious to make his college money, he done forgot his own birthday party.
Yeah, he's almost an hour late.
Jimmy!
Jimmy, what happened?
Hop Shane, get some water and some towels, quick.
What is it, my son?
They were chasing me.
Who was?
I had to fight them off, Hoss. They wanted to kill me.
Well, why? What did you do?
Little Joe, I didn't do anything.
Well, something must have happened.
Sally Ridley is dead. Her father shot her. It was an accident. They think I killed her.
Now, look, Jimmy, I want you to tell me the whole story right from the very beginning.
It was an accident, Joe. I liked Sally. I wouldn't ever hurt her.
We know he's in there. Send him out. Send him out or we're coming in to get him. Somebody will get hurt.
Just keep calm. Ain't nobody gonna hurt that boy. We'll handle this thing proper. Little Joe, you come cover me. First man that tries to come in this house is gonna have to climb over me.
We're not looking for any fight. We want the boy is all.
Well, you ain't getting him.
He killed somebody. And he's gonna get what's coming to him.
Now, that's a bit hasty, Billy. Suppose we give him a choice. Either we take the boy in jail, or we get a rope. What about it?
You wait here.
Will they take my son?
No, Lee Chang. If anybody does any taking around here, it's gonna be Little Joe and me.
But you believe Jimmy?
Look, don't worry, Lee Chang. Sheriff Halstead's a fair and honest man. He'll know the truth when he hears it.
Father, in America, a man is innocent until proven guilty. Isn't that right, Hoss?
That's right, Jimmy. Go on.
Let's go, Hoss.
Hop Sing, Adam's gonna stop by for us. Tell him we're down at the jail. Why'd you let him have him? We could have strung him up.
Billy, Billy, Billy. Don't you remember what Fulmer said? What we do is let it boil. We just let it boil.
Now, you've told me the whole truth. You sure you've left nothing out, son?
I've told it just the way it happened.
Well, I'm inclined to believe him.
And how many other folks will is the question.
Well, I believe him. I've known Jimmy and his family a long time. They're good people.
Sure, they're good people, but that doesn't tip the scales. Not with some who have political ambitions.
You mean Andy Fulmer?
Yeah. He's been waiting for this kind of thing to happen ever since he declared for mayor. Come on, boy.
Jimmy, everything's gonna be all right.
This is for your own protection, Jimmy. You'll be better off here than you will at home.
I understand, Sheriff.
See, Jimmy, this doesn't mean that you're guilty. Even an innocent man, if he's suspected of murder, can't be allowed to roam the streets.
I know.
You'll be all right here.
All right, Billy, send him in. How are you, Mr. Ridley?
Andy?
Won't you sit down? All of our sympathies are with you, Mr. Ridley. We all want you to know how deeply we feel for you in this hour of your great loss.
Thank you, Andy.
It's a tragedy, Mr. Ridley. It's a real tragedy. And if we hadn't let the bars down in the first place, a thing like this couldn't ever have happened. Now, you know me, Mr. Ridley. I speak my mind plain. Your daughter went out with lots of American boys, didn't she? Sure she did. Pretty little thing like her. And did any of those American boys ever act any way other than decent with her? Of course not. Would an American boy have shot her down in cold blood?
There's something I think you should know. That boy didn't kill my daughter. It was an accident. I had the gun. The gun went off. That boy didn't kill my daughter, Andy. I did.
Now, you just sit there, Mr. Ridley. You had a very trying day. Jesse, haven't you got some work to do?
Sure. Sure, Andy.
You know, sometimes when a man suffers a great tragedy, it can affect his mind. You understand that, don't you, Mr. Ridley?
Yes, I understand that.
And in his grief, he might forget things or even imagine things that never really happened.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, I'm sorry to say this, old friend, but I see signs of that in you. In your eagerness to do what's right, you're willing to shoulder all the blame for Sally's death.
Well, shouldn't I, Andy?
Now let's face the truth. Didn't that boy, that James Chang, didn't he provoke whatever caused Sally's death?
As the Lord is my judge, that boy caused Sally to die.
Yes, and our city's overrun with these undesirables, and that breeds the sort of thing that happened to you. And every decent citizen in this town wants to see that don't never happen again. Now, ain't that right, Mr. Ridley?
Yes, Andy.
All right, then. Now let's you and me sit down and examine what's really right for Virginia City.
You asked me to order members of our town to fight if need be to protect your son.
My son has not killed anyone. He has committed but one crime. He is Chinese.
Is James Chang Chinese? Has he not given up the ways of his ancestors? Has he not taken the dress and the custom of another people?
He is ambitious. He desires to educate himself in this new land. He knows that one day the Chinese will take their place alongside other people who have come from many other places to make this great country.
Young eyes can see great distances, and risk is the privilege of youth. Your son has accepted the new ways, and with this, he has accepted the risk.
He is my son, and they talk in the streets of killing him.
It is written, it is better to sacrifice one lamb than to cause the slaughter of the entire flock.
Some men will fight, even to save a lamb.
Order, please. Now, I don't want to have to remind you folks, this is an official inquest, and I expect order. Continue, Mr. Wheeler.
Like I said, I seen this Chinese boy carrying on with Sally Ridley. So naturally, I went and told her father. You know the rest.
Now, Your Honor, aren't we taking an awful lot for granted here?
Now, surely, Your Honor. Ben Cartwright's been around long enough to know the facts when he hears them.
But this is not a trial, Andy. It's an inquest. Is that all, boy?
Well, ain't that enough, Your Honor?
Don't get smart with me, son. Now, you just get down and let's have the next witness. Miss Amanda Ridley. Now, Amanda, just tell us in your own words what happened last night.
Jimmy Chang killed my sister.
Order in the court, please. Order, please. Amanda, we're not passing judgment here. We're just trying to get the facts.
Well, what did you expect? Everybody in town knows what kind of a girl my sister was. Always flaunting herself, fluffing her hair and mincing around boys.
What's the matter with her? She's jealous of her own sister.
Please, Amanda, I know how hard this must be for you, but all we want to hear is what you saw.
Well, I heard a shot. I ran to the stable. There was Jimmy Chang bending over my sister. There was a gun next to him. My poor father was standing there, just staring.
And the gun was by Jimmy Chang?
It was right by him, right where he dropped it.
Now, Your Honor, how do we know that was Jimmy Chang's gun?
Now,
who saw him drop it there?
Ben, you're not trying to tell us that gun just fell out of the sky, are you?
Ben Cartwright, I'm not going to put up with any more of your outbursts. All right, Amanda, that's all. Mr. Ridley, will you take the stand? Mr. Ridley, Do you feel the testimony you've heard here is substantial of the way it happened?
As the Lord is my witness, that boy caused the death of my daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley. You may step down. Jimmy Chang, stand up. It is the finding of this inquiry that you, Jimmy Chang, stand trial for the murder of Stella Ridley. Inquest adjourned.
I sure don't want to miss that trial.
They'll hang him for sure, won't they, Mr. Fullman?
That's hard to tell. Jury trial, sometimes you just can't depend on a jury. Like I told you boys before, when I take over this town, I want it clean.
Maybe we ought to see to it there ain't no trial, boss.
Jesse, I sure like the way you think. We owe no obligation to this town, boys.
Andy's right. We're all merchants. We all earn our living here. If we let the Chinese take over, our property will be worthless.
I never spoke truer words, Cyrus. That's my way of thinking exactly. And if it wasn't my way of thinking, I wouldn't be running for mayor.
Well, one thing, Andy. I ain't a man to jump into things, you know.
Well, you ain't a man to stand by and watch your own house burn down without tossing on a pail of water either, are you, Cyrus?
Oh.
If we let that Chinaman get away with killing that white girl, it's just the same as saying we don't even care what happens to our own wives and daughters.
Well, what do you think we ought to do, Andy?
I think we ought to put a stop to it right now.
Looks like you're a little off your game today, Little Joe.
Sheriff, they're holding a meeting over at Hammond's store. I don't like the looks of it.
Andy Fulmer in the height of his glory. So-called cause and a hot-headed audience to listen to his ranting.
What do you think it'll come to, Pa?
I don't know. But if Fulmer can fire up that crowd enough, they'll sure enough try to break Jimmy out of jail.
Oh, don't you think we can hold him off, Paul?
No, I've got no right to ask you Cartwrights to get mixed up in this thing.
You got no help either, have you?
You want to get rid of me, Sheriff, you're going to have to throw me out. Jimmy Chang's a friend of mine.
Well, Sheriff?
Well, I won't lie and say that I'm not pleased, but... Well, to make this thing legal-like, I'd better swear you all in as deputies.
That's good. Always did want to wear one of them deputy badges anyhow.
Looks like you were right.
I don't think there's any more doubt about it, Sheriff. Look, there's only one way to avoid trouble, and that's by getting that boy out of town fast.
But I can't rightly do that, Ben.
Well, you can't rightly let them come in and lynch him either, can you?
Ben, Jimmy Chang has been indicted for murder. That's my sworn duty to uphold the law, and it's also the sworn duty of you and your sons now.
What are we supposed to do, sit here and wait?
That's the way it is.
Look, Pa, even if we get Jimmy out, we got to get him past those men.
Yeah, I suppose nothing would make Fulmer happier than to kill Jimmy Chang while attempting to break jail.
Look, Ray, there's no law that says a deputy can't walk out of here, is there?
No, there isn't. If you boys want to change your mind, I can release you from any obligations.
No, that's not what I meant. I just don't like the idea of sitting around here while Andy Fulmer calls every turn.
What's on your mind, son?
Well, Pa, I can't help thinking about Amanda and the way she behaved on the witness stand. Now, I've known her a long time. I just don't believe she's turned that bitter.
You think you might want to talk to her?
I'd like to try.
Oh, it's worth a chance. Maybe through her you could break down Ridley's story. I don't like the idea of you going out there, though.
No, Horse and I could cover him, Pa.
Oh, that'd be playing right into Fulmer's hands. And there'd be 3 less guns in here for him to worry about.
I'll get through all right, Pa.
Well, I wasn't thinking of you getting through, Adam. I was thinking of you getting back in. Don't sell Fulmer short. He's got Ridley on his side, and he's going to do everything in his power to keep him there.
Well, I'm going to risk it.
All right, Adam.
Look at him.
What's the matter, Cartwright? The stink of that woman killer get too thick for you in there?
You get out of my way.
You sure are proddy, Adam. Ain't no law says we can't stand out here in the street.
Yeah, why are you Cartwrights so nervous? We ain't doing nothing.
Well, just keep on doing it. May I come in?
I suppose it'd be all right. My father isn't home.
Well, it's really you I wanted to talk to, Amanda.
Would you like to sit down?
Thank you. Well, all of us used to have some mighty good times in this house.
We haven't entertained since Mother died.
7 years. Must get kind of lonely for you sometimes.
I had obligations, and I assumed those obligations.
Have to be at such a high price?
Do you think it's been easy keeping the household together with Mother gone?
No, I don't. I watched my own father do it for years.
Yes, but Sally did everything she could to make things difficult.
Yeah, Pa had his moments with all of us, too.
She had no respect for anything, not for me or for my father.
Look, Amanda, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Life hasn't passed you by.
Why can't you Cartwrights mind your own business and let us mind ours?
Because it happens to be everybody's business when a boy's life's at stake.
You can stand there and say that to me when my sister's been murdered. What do you expect me to do? Go over there to Jimmy Chang and tell him it was all a big mistake?
If that's what it was, yes. Jimmy Chang said he didn't have a gun. He said it was an accident. Now, look, Amanda, I've always admired you because you had the courage to stand up for what you thought was right. Sally was just exactly the way you used to be, no more, no less. You don't need to pretend with me, Amanda.
Oh. Adam, I've been so alone. What should I do?
Tell the truth.
What are you doing in my house, Cartwright? Is no woman safe in this town? How dare you persecute my daughter?
It's not your daughter that's being persecuted. There's a young boy over in that jail that's just about to face a lynch mob.
That boy's a murderer and a heathen. He's been indicted for his crime.
Indicted but not convicted. Or don't you think Jimmy Chang deserves a fair trial?
James Chang will have a fair trial.
Not unless you tell Andy Fulmer that's what you want him to have.
Oh, Mr. Fulmer's an honorable man. He doesn't need me to tell him what to do.
What's the matter, Mr. Ridley? You afraid to face up to Andy Fulmer and the principles you value so highly?
I fear no man.
Well, then talk to him.
I'll go with you, Father.
What rights he got to stand trial anyway? He ain't even no citizen.
That's right.
We gonna let those Cartwrights tell us how to run our town. They don't live in Virginia City. And this town is for us that lives here, for us Americans.
That's right.
There are only 3 Cartwrights in there. Adam left. And we'll see to it he don't get back in again. I say rush the jail. Sheriff Halstead will be on our side when he sees we mean business.
What are you up to, Cartwright?
Just out for a walk with some friends of mine. What's the matter, Jesse? You seem nervous.
Mr. Ridley, is Adam trying to force you to do something against your will?
No man forces me against my will. I want to talk with Mr. Fulmer.
You wanted to talk to me, J.R.?
I've got to talk to you about everything. About those people out there.
Why, certainly, J.R. Not a man in this town can't speak to me whenever he wants to. You come right on in. Miss Amanda? Let's step into my private office. We can talk freely there.
Well, I'll wait out here.
Won't you sit down, Amanda? Thank you. J.R.? Now then. What was it you wanted to say to me, J.R.?
I want those people out there to know the truth. I want to tell them what I told you this morning.
And what did you tell me this morning, J.R.?
Why, that Jimmy Chang is innocent. That my daughter's death was an accident.
And what did I say then, Mr. Ridley?
I just don't remember.
Didn't I say that I wanted to help you? Didn't I say that the people of Virginia City were behind you 100%? Did you see all those people out there in that street? Why do you think they're there? They're there because they're your friends, J.R., just as I'm your friend. Because we both believe in the same principles. We believe in honesty and decency and the American way. Now, ain't that right, Mr. Ridley?
Yes, I suppose so.
Father, you...
Now, you don't suppose. You know. Those people are out there because they're your friends. They're out there to honor you. They're there to honor a man who stood up in his hour of great tragedy. Not for his own sake, but for the sake of an entire city. Now are you going to let them down, J.R.? Are you going to let your daughter die in vain? They're waiting for you out there, J.R.
Well, Mr. Ridley?
I have no right to stand in the way of my friends, the people here in Virginia City.
Like I say, J.R., I like your ideas fine. You talk to me anytime. The door's always open.
What happened in there?
Adam, it was horrible. It's as if my father has no mind of his own.
Well, I'll change his mind.
No, Adam. Let me do it. I can make him understand that he's got to tell the truth.
All right, if you think you can. Remember, Amanda, Jimmy Chang's life depends on your father telling the truth.
I realize that now, Adam.
Come along, Amanda.
Just where do you think you're going, Cartwright?
Now, why don't you leave those folks alone?
Boys, what's going on here?
Cartwright here seemed to be in a hurry. We figured he was planning to pester the Ridleys some more.
Well, you boys put those guns away. Jesse, you know we're not men of violence. You go right ahead, Mr. Cartwright. Just do whatever you like.
I'll do just exactly that, Mr. Bowman.
You sure you don't want me to stop him, boss?
Well, why should you do that, Jesse? Just when we got things right where we want them.
Little Joe, did you ever taste anything like these jailhouse beans?
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm trying not to remember it.
What you mean to say is you don't ever remember tasting anything that's good, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's almost worth breaking a law to get this kind of chow.
Jimmy, you ain't eat a bite of yours. Why don't you try to get some of that down?
Thanks, Hoss, but I'm not hungry.
Hungry? What's that got to do with it? You think the only time a man can eat's when he's hungry?
Yeah, you haven't got any kind of fool idea like that, do you, Jimmy?
I didn't kill Sally. You believe me, don't you, Hoss?
Jimmy, you ought to have more sense than even ask such a question.
But there are some people in this town who think I did. How can they, Hoss?
Jimmy, don't you worry none. You got lots of friends in this town.
Friends that aren't going to let you down.
Here he comes. Let him in. I really thought they tried to stop you from getting you back in here.
Fulmer's so sure of himself, he figured he didn't have to.
Well, what about Amanda? Did you find out anything from her?
Oh, I sure did. Anyway, I've convinced her she should tell the truth. I thought we hadn't Ridley convinced, and then we got over to Fulmer's, and I don't know. Fulmer's got some strange kind of hold on the man. It's like so much clay in his hands. Anyway, Amanda's still working on him.
What, do you think she'll get anywhere with him?
Well, if she doesn't, we've got a lynch mob on our hands.
Father, how can I make you understand what I'm saying to you?
I'm on the side of right.
Right. You're just doing what Andy Fulmer wants you to do. That boy's gonna die.
Your sister died too, didn't she?
Yes, she did. Until now, I don't believe I really cared. But now I know you don't care.
How dare you speak like that to me?
I dare speak like that because it's the truth.
Your sister brought disgrace on us.
And it isn't really Jimmy Chang you're trying to punish, is it? You're trying to punish Sally. Father, was her death really an accident? Or did you pull that trigger on purpose? Is that why you're afraid to talk?
Amanda, as God is my witness, it was an accident.
Then go out there and tell them. Oh, Father, we've both lied to ourselves. We never really believed the things we said about Sally. And if we let Jimmy Chang die, we'll really be condemning Sally. You and I, Father, we're the guilty ones.
Now, boys, you all know where I stand. I'm just interested in doing what's right for our city.
Are we gonna let those Cartwrights stand between us and what we know's right?
I say let's rush them and get them out of that jail. Come on!
Huh? Here they come.
Let's put a few shots over their heads. That should scatter them.
Ridley. Yeah, looks like she convinced him.
Stop it, everybody! Stop!
Get in here, JR. Those Cartwrights will kill you.
It isn't the Cartwrights this town needs to fear, Fulmer.
Ah, JR, we understand each other.
That won't work again, Andy. I'm going to tell Sheriff Halstead the truth.
Now, we've been through this before.
I'm going to tell him the truth.
Get him. Fool. Why did you kill him?
What? What are you saying? You told me to kill him.
Murderer. You filthy murderer. Get him! He just killed my best friend!
Jesse, drop the gun.
Father! Father! My father wanted to tell you something. I know what it was, because I was part of it. We lied on the witness stand this morning. My sister's death was an accident. Jimmy Chang didn't have any gun. My father killed Sally. That's what he wanted to tell you.
Well, Fulmer, 3 dead. You satisfied?
Trying to make a murderer out of me, Ben?
You tried to murder this town. You still want this man for your mayor?
No! Hold on, wait a minute, folks. Hold it. This is a terrible thing that's happened here today. And we sure don't want anything like that to happen here again. Folks, Listen, you know how I stand, what I believe in. I want fight for Virginia City.
I'm afraid you're at liberty, Mr. Chang.
Come on, Jimmy, didn't you hear him? Or don't tell me you done got to where you like it in here.
But what?
But what? I thought you were the one who had the fine ideas about going to college.
Yes, I do, but...
Well, if you're going to go to college, Jimmy, you got to bust out of this jail before you can start. It's all right, Jimmy.
You can go home. It's all over now. Go on.
Go in the house, Mary. Stay where you are.
You have been served with a notice of eviction. Why are you still here?
This is our house, mister. We got no other place to go.
That is your concern, not ours.
You can't go in there!
Leave her alone!
Sounds like coming from the south, boy.
The Logan place.
Put up the sign. You'll be off this land by nightfall, Senora.
Is he badly hurt?
He's dead. They killed him.
Mary, what happened? What was the fight about?
They said we were trespassing. They said, Senora, be off this land by nightfall.
Senora. Sounds like Don Antonio. Let's go.
Stay where you are, little Joe. Mary, the law's on their side.
Andy and me, we homesteaded this place. 5 years he sweated in these fields. Now we got a family coming. I'm not going.
Mary, come with us. We'll be back. I promise. Give me a hand, boys.
You boys stay here.
Ben, Adam, I've come to report a killing. Andy Logan has been shot down in cold blood.
As a matter of accuracy, he was killed in self-defense. Sheriff Hawkins has all the facts.
That's right, Ben. Senior Logan has already made a complete report on behalf of his men.
Well, did he report that it was his men who committed the murder?
There's a difference, Ben. Logan was given a notice of eviction, so he had no legal right to be on that land. And a couple of witnesses saw him attack Senior Luger's man.
All he was doing was defending what was his.
There's no evidence of that.
Well, there's Mrs. Logan's word.
Do you think that'll stand up in court, Adam?
Stand up in court? They talk of lawlessness of the West. Well, this is lawlessness backed up by law. They're evicting families, throwing them out of their homes, killing men, and you protect them.
Now, keep your shirt on, Ben. I don't like this any better than you do.
But this is not really your fight, Senor Cartwright. Why do you insist on interfering?
Interfering?
Of course it's our fight. You're trying to take part of our land, too.
Technically speaking, yes. But although the De La Cuesta land grant takes in a few hundred acres of Ponderosa property, it is such a small section of your great rancho, you will hardly miss it.
We happen to value every foot of our property, Senor Luga.
Your pardon, senor. It is the property of my niece. Perhaps she will be gracious enough to permit you to retain it, if your attitude is cooperative.
Well, you know what you can tell your niece.
Some respect, sir. You are talking about Isabella Maria Inez y Castro de la Cuesta, descendant of one of the oldest and noblest families in Spain.
Sanchez, you are becoming quite amorous.
For the noble Isabella de la Cuesta. Why not?
Why don't you knock?
Since when do you require privacy? One man meeting another in your presence. It's a common thing. Get out.
My respects, dear lady.
Sanchez, the darling of the barroom girls. And now he has you.
Please do not give me one of your lectures. I am tired of being cooped up in this hotel room.
But this room is much better than you're used to, my dear. These fine things, these flowers.
For entertaining someone like Sanchez, I don't need them. I am Isabella de la Cuesta. Is that not right?
Yes, that is right.
Then, I refuse to remain a minute longer in this carpeted prison.
Just a few more days. Everything is going beautifully. Don't spoil it.
How could I spoil it?
Everybody is expecting Isabella de la Cuesta to be a great lady. Whatever you are, my dear. Well, you know your weaknesses.
When the time comes, I will be as much a lady as anyone.
I've spent years of my life on this project, tracing the land grant and then tracing you. I won't let you destroy it now. You understand?
Why, you mean this Luca can just come in and throw homesteaders off their land and there's nothing we can do about it?
Well, the Spanish land grants go back hundreds of years. Mexico recognizes them, we recognize them, and the De La Cuesta claim has been examined and validated by the Territorial Land Office. Apparently, it's in perfect order.
I would suppose it wasn't all in perfect order.
Well, then we could go to court and try to stop them. The records of the Spanish land grants are kept in Monterey, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
They'd be worth looking into.
Oh, would you like for us to ride down there and check on it?
Yeah. Yeah, you and Joe. First thing in the morning. Check everything on file. Get a complete history of the De La Cuesta family. Meanwhile, Adam and I will file an action in Judge Blankney's court in the name of the Carson Valley settlers and ourselves.
Well, what chance do you think we stand there?
Well, very little, I suppose, if Isabella de la Cuesta is actually the true and rightful heiress.
Well, there's still one more thing we could do.
What's that?
Talk to the great lady herself. After all, no one's seen or talked to her except Senor Luga.
What good will that do? You don't think she's going to help us?
Well, how do we know till we find out? Well, here's hoping we can prove that Isabella de la Cuesta is not Isabella de la Cuesta.
All right, Bill, where'd you put her?
What are you talking about, Adam?
The great lady. Senorita de la Cuesta, or whatever she calls herself. What room's she in?
I can't tell you that, Adam. I've got orders.
You also got friends.
Room 33.
Thanks.
Very, very, very nice, Rosita. How about a drink?
You must be mistaken. The name is not Rosita.
No? What is it, then?
Go away from me.
Look, Rosita, you wouldn't happen to be that woman that everybody in town is talking about, would you? The one that's claiming all that land?
Let go of me.
Come on, just a couple of hundred. Nobody has to know the name is Rosita.
You are wasting your time. The name is Isabella de la Cuesta. Go away.
You don't get off that easy.
All right, let her go.
Well, now you just get out of here, mister. This is none of your business.
Well, now, I'm making it my business.
Well, you make tracks or I'll cut you.
Now, you can leave now. Exciting place.
Is he hurt?
No, he'll get over it.
I appreciate your fighting for me. It was not your fight.
But you are my fight, Senorita de la Cuesta.
Oh. Why? Who are you?
My name's Cartwright. Adam Cartwright.
Oh, yes, I've heard my uncle talk about you. It seems you are giving him some trouble.
Oh, I hope to give him a lot of trouble.
Then why did you help me?
Gentleman always helps a lady.
At least you consider me a lady.
And a very beautiful one.
Well, in that case, perhaps you would walk me back to my hotel.
It'll be a pleasure. I believe the lady's in room 33.
I have the key.
Come in.
Your lady is full of surprises.
Well, at least I know she's not with you, huh?
See, but she's not alone. The one they call Adam Cartwright, he's with her.
What?
You want me to...
No. What would we gain?
Well, she could be telling him certain things, eh?
Is that what worries you, Sanchez? Or are you maybe a little jealous, huh?
Don Antonio, I work for you. But if you make fun of me, I'll kill you.
Oh, kill for her. Don't be a fool. No, just keep an eye on her. And let me know when this young Cartwright leaves. Then I'll have a talk with our little lady.
I'm glad that you like the wine of my native country. Let me refresh your glass.
Oh, I like your wine very much. Senorita de la Cuesta.
Now begins the Inquisition.
Call it that if you like.
No, I don't like. I think it's a very ugly word.
Ugly? Then what do you call throwing people off their land?
Is it their land or mine?
It's theirs, by the work and sweat they put into it.
And do you hold your land by sweat or by a deed of trust?
By both. Tell me, Senorita, when did you first discover you were the heiress to the De La Cuesta grant?
When my uncle Don Antonio found me and told me.
And where did he find you? I only ask because I found you in a cantina. And believe me, no Spanish lady ever behaved the way you did.
You were of service to me in a cantina, Mr. Cartwright. But that does not give you the right to pry into my private affairs. You know, we could be friends.
Could we?
Mm-hmm. No. When a man kisses me, he has to have his mind on love, not on business. Adios.
Hasta luego, senorita.
At least you have learned to knock.
Of course. You've had a visitor?
That is my business.
Young Cartwright. Where did you meet him?
That is also my business.
It's mine also. The Cartwrights are our main opposition. They will do everything they can to stop us.
Supposing we had the Cartwrights on our side.
Impossible.
Supposing we had one of the Cartwrights on our side.
Isabella, you have learned to handle men to perfection.
Thank you. But then, of course, I didn't have much choice.
Adam, well-bred Spanish ladies don't usually spend their time in a saloon.
I know. I thought the same thing myself. I went back to the hotel with her and had a glass of wine.
Oh, good. Did you find out anything?
Yeah. One thing, she's quite a beautiful woman.
Well, we knew that. What else?
She's very sensitive about her past.
Uh-huh.
Won't talk about it at all.
Adam, you may be heading in the right direction.
Maybe so, but I don't know how happy I am about it.
Why not? It was your idea.
Yeah, I guess it was. But she's not exactly the kind of woman I thought she'd be.
Adam, this is the woman who's trying to grab all that land.
Is she? Or is it Senor Luga?
Well, what's the difference? They're both in it together. Why are you defending her?
Well, look, I'm not defending her. I'd just like to know more about her. Anything wrong, senorita?
I'm tired. I've had enough of riding. I don't like it.
Why, I thought all Spanish ladies knew how to ride.
Well, I am out of practice. Please let us rest a while. Why did you bring me out today? Just to find out if I could ride?
Well, there's something about you, Isabella.
Is there? What is it?
Well, it isn't nobility, I'll tell you that.
And then what is it?
It's...
Adam, why do we have to be on different sides?
Maybe we don't. Come on, there's something I want to show you.
But I'm very happy here.
It's very important.
What is this place?
That's part of your holdings. I think you ought to get to know it.
Is this the time?
Well, why not? You not only have land, you have buildings too, see? Man and woman used to live here. I understand a child was on the way.
So they will live somewhere else.
The woman and the child, maybe. The man's dead. As a matter of fact, he died exactly where you're standing now. He was murdered by Sanchez.
They never told me.
He won't be the last to die either. They're trying to evict settlers all over the valley. There'll be lots of fighting, lots of widows.
Then let them not fight.
Only you can stop it.
Oh, no, Adam. You cannot blame that on me. I do not want people to get hurt, and I do not want them to get killed. But I have to think of myself, too. They cannot have what is mine.
Well, you know you'll never enjoy this land. There'll be too much blood on it.
Antonio, the southern section is all clear of settlers.
Good, good. Now you can start on the north section.
Yes, who are you?
The name is Smith. High Card Smith.
Yes?
I'm an old friend of Rosita's.
Show the gentleman in, Sanchez.
Come in.
Now, what is this about Rosita?
I used to know Rosita in San Francisco. I figured you wouldn't want the news to get around.
But we have nothing to hide.
Well, that might not go so well in court, senor. After all, people are liable to get all mixed up between Rosita Morales and Isabella de la Cuesta.
I see, I see. You want to avoid confusion, hmm?
That's a very good way of putting it.
Clarity is a laudable aim.
You're a very generous man. Very generous indeed, sir. You know, I want to tell you something. Just as long as you keep scratching my back, I'll keep scratching yours.
Thank you, senor.
Gracias.
De nada.
Adios.
He'll be back, senor.
Yes, I know, I know. Unless something happens to him first, huh?
You expecting trouble, Mr. Cartwright?
No, not really, Hobson.
What are you doing, Pa?
I'm getting ready, just in case.
Well, I thought we decided there wouldn't be any fighting.
Well, if the settlers decide to fight against their evictions, I'm not going to stand by and watch them get shot at.
Did you talk to him?
I talked to them. But I don't think they'll stand for much more pushing around. And neither will I.
Well, now, there's just a chance that there may not have to be any pushing around.
Why?
Well, I went riding with our Senorita de la Cuesta this afternoon.
Huh? What happened?
I took her out to the Logan place.
Did she like it?
I told her what Senor Luga's men had done. I think she was honestly upset about what happened out there.
Hmm. That's nice, Adam. That's real nice. Was she upset enough to call off her hired killers?
Well, if it ain't the great lady's knight in shining armor.
And what do you want here?
Just a few words, friend. The name is Smith, High Card Smith. You must be the main Cartwright, huh?
You have something to say, say it.
Hospitality. Western hospitality, friend. You know, as a matter of fact, everybody in Virginia City has been very inhospitable towards me. Especially at the poker tables.
What are you selling?
The history of Isabella de la Cuesta. Mr. Cartwright? Well, her name is Rosita Morales. She used to be a barroom girl and a dancer in a cheap waterfront dive in San Francisco.
And just how do you know that?
Son, I was there.
I'll bet you were.
Just a minute. Just a minute, Adam. That's what we wanted to find out, isn't it? You know who her family was?
Family, yeah. A comanchero, Pedro Morales. He runs a little store in a dirty little spot a few miles south of here called Los Altos.
I want you to stay in Virginia City till that trial comes up.
You know I can't do that.
Make it worth your while.
All right, friend. But don't you try to find me. I'll find you. I'll find you often.
Well, now we know who our great lady is. Well, I'm going to get some fresh clothes. And then you and I are riding into Virginia City. We're going to see Luca, and we're going to tell him exactly what we know, and we'll put an end to this thing right now.
I think we better keep our little appointment with Senor Luga.
I was just riding. I need a glass of wine for refreshment.
Try the saloon.
You wouldn't deny a friend a glass of wine, huh?
Get out of here.
Oh, what's on your lips is sweeter.
Let go of me.
Perhaps you prefer young Cartwrights, huh?
Go away.
Still good, huh?
No, go away.
You're surprised, Senor Cartwright, huh? To see your great lady in a lover's quarrel with one of her servants, huh? May we have a moment with you, Senorita?
Yes. He forced his way in here. You do believe that, don't you, Adam?
I think it's about time this masquerade came to an end. We know who you are. You're Rosita Morales.
Maybe I am, but I am also Isabella de la Cuesta.
Your father's Pedro Morales.
My father is not Pedro Morales. He bought me from some Indians after my family was massacred. I was too little to be killed. But soon I became big enough to chase around the shack. So I ran away to San Francisco.
Now, Miss Morales, how can you possibly expect us to believe that kind of story?
Because it is the truth. And if you want to believe anything else, you will have to prove it.
And while we're proving it, more killing, more bloodshed, is that what you want?
I don't know anything about that.
You can put an end to it. How? Withdraw your claim to that land. It's the only possible decent thing for you to do.
The decent thing to do. Rosita Morales is not decent, is she? Then Isabella de la Cuesta will not be decent either. But she will be rich.
And how many lives is that worth to you?
Oh, that's enough.
What do you want me to do? Help her? Feel sorry for her? What?
I don't know, Papa. This is getting us nowhere.
Adam, I think it's up to you to find Morales. And if you can disprove that story of hers, bring him back here.
And if not?
Well, then do whatever you think best. But whatever it is, do it quickly.
All right, Pop. But I don't want to miss anything, so don't start shooting until I get back.
How much do they know about you? They'll probably go after Morales.
I'll take care of it.
No, what can poor Morales do? He can't help us.
I'll be the judge of that.
Don Antonio, I don't want any more killing. Please, no more killing.
Yes, no more killing. Why are you crying? Those Cartwrights have an unfortunate effect upon people.
One moment, amigo. Don't turn around. You're not going anyplace.
This will get you nowhere, Sanchez.
No, it will get me your life.
My life? Who sent you, Luga?
No, not Luga. Isabella de la Cuesta.
You're lying.
Why? You think she cares about you?
I don't think she'd send you here to kill me.
You presume too much, senor.
Do I? Dead. Look, Jack, I'm in a hurry. Tell the sheriff I'll explain this to him later, will you?
¿Qué pasa? ¿Quién es usted?
Come on, wake up, wake up.
Why? Who are you? What do you want?
Now listen. I'm looking for a girl named Rosita. What do you know about her?
Rosita. She remember Morales?
She remembers.
A year ago, a man come and ask about her. But he gave me a bottle of whiskey.
What'd you tell him?
Senor, you give me money for whiskey. I tell you more.
What can you tell me that I don't already know?
5 years back, a woman come, very old, from Mission San Jose. She say she looking for a little girl.
Who was the old woman?
Whiskey, senor.
Come on, who was she and who was she looking for?
Whiskey, senor.
Right, all right. Now, who was she and who was she looking for?
Her name was Doña Teresa Esperanza. She was looking for a girl named Isabella Maria de la Cuesta.
Isabella Maria de la Cuesta.
Might have known I'd find you here again.
I was just sitting here thinking.
You mean getting drunk?
Watch your tongue, senor. I don't want to be hated.
Everyone loves the rich.
It's good enough for you, isn't it?
And not you? How are you falling in love with this young Cartwright?
And if I have, what business is that of yours?
Must I remind you what we have at stake? Sanchez is dead.
And how did he die? Killing again? I told you I didn't want any more bloodshed.
Suppose they bring old Morales back, and the Cartwrights bribe him. They would force a hearing immediately, and anything could happen.
But if I am Isabella, what are you afraid of?
Justice is nebulous. Everyone is behind the Cartwrights. They love them in this town.
Is it so bad to be loved?
When we are rich, they will love us too.
Howdy, Judge.
Oh, hi, Ben.
Come on in for some refreshment.
I can't, Ben. I'm just rushing back from Carson Valley.
Oh.
But I did want to speak to you for a second. It's about that hearing. Ben, I'm afraid I can't delay it any longer.
Well, Judge Blank now.
Tell me, when do you expect the boys back from Monterey?
Well, they should be back real soon now. It's a long ride over the Sierra.
Yeah, I know. What about Adam? When do you expect him back, Ben?
Well, it should be any day now, maybe tomorrow. Now, I'm counting on you holding out that hearing till he gets back, Judge.
Ben, I can't. I can't hold off any longer. For the good of the people in the community. This thing has to be settled one way or another. Ben, I've got to call that hearing for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I'll see you then. Come on, boy. Come on.
Hello, boys. Glad you got back in time.
How much good does it take going?
Why didn't you get the information I sent you for?
No, we got it, Paul, but that's just the point.
What?
It's just as they called it. De La Cuesta land grant's as solid as a rock.
The family was given possession of all that land, and what was that word, little Joe?
Perpetuity.
Yeah, by the Spanish king himself. That Senor De La Cuesta must have been quite a feller.
We'll have to wait for Adam.
What good's he gonna do?
He's our only chance now.
It is now 2 o'clock and time for these proceedings to begin.
Your Honor, I would like to make a request.
What is it, Ben?
I've been waiting for my son, Adam. Something has delayed him.
Well, I don't see why that should hold up these proceedings. Your Honor, I think the issue is quite clear. This is obviously a transparent attempt to delay and obstruct justice.
Oh, surely, Your Honor. A few more days could be spared in a matter of such importance to so many people.
A few more days, Your Honor. We've been forced to delay too long already.
Your Honor, I am not opposed to the delay if it will help things.
I think I know what is best for us, my dear.
But if Adam has some information bearing on the case, why should we be afraid to hear it?
Evidence can be falsified. Witnesses have been known to lie.
Oh, to tell the truth, Senor Luga.
This case affects the lives of so many people that I think nothing should be overlooked. Therefore, I hereby adjourn these proceedings until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
It was a very foolish thing you did, my dear.
At this point, all I want is the truth.
Don't be so noble, Isabella. That saloon on the waterfront, it's still there.
They're here. Well, Adam.
Hello, Pa.
How's everything?
All right, outside of a little shooting. Somebody tried to stop us outside of town.
Oh,
That's why you couldn't get here yesterday.
Nope, I had another reason. May I present Donna Teresa Esperanza? Donna Teresa, this is my father, Ben Cartwright.
I am honored, Senora.
Thank you.
I'm sorry you had to take such a long journey.
If at last I find my grandniece, no journey will have been too long or too difficult.
Well, may I? I think you will be comfortable here.
Who is she? She's the grand aunt and last living relative of Senorita de la Cuesta.
What about Senor Luga?
Well, he's not her uncle, that's for sure.
Doña Teresa.
Senor Luga?
I did not expect to see you.
I'm sure of that. Otherwise, you would not be here.
Your Honor, this is the witness for whom we've been waiting. This is Donna Teresa Esperanza.
Senora?
A great aunt of Isabella de la Cuesta, the only link to her past, and the sole person able to identify her.
Identify her? Oh, Donna Teresa is an old woman. She hasn't seen Isabella for many years. In fact, since a little child. How could she possibly give a valid identification?
Who is this adventurer to decide on my qualifications? Not so long ago, he dared to visit me and seek to enlist my aid in his evil and corrupt scheme.
What scheme do you refer to, Senora?
His plan for me to vouch for the identity of my grandniece, the last of the De La Cuestas.
Would you be able to identify the girl if you saw her?
Without question.
Very well.
Your Honor, I protest this entire proceeding.
Senor Luga, you are out of order. If you please, Senorita. Senora, this is the girl to be identified. Would you tell us if you know her?
Turn around, young lady. Raise your head, please. The carriage, the tilt of the head, the dark eyes. Your Honor, if I might see this young lady alone, I shall be able to tell you whether she is indeed my grandniece.
Oh, that isn't necessary. It is obvious from Doña Teresa's reaction that this is her grandniece.
Your Honor, I would like to talk to this lady in private, as she suggests.
Sheriff, will you clear the room, please?
All right, gentlemen. Step outside.
Doña Teresa. Doña Teresa, is there some way you can identify me?
Some way?
I mean anything definite. I have lived so much of my life with uncertainties.
What is it you seek out of life? Is it riches or power? Do you want to be a great lady?
Is that such a very bad thing to want?
No, nothing at all. But let me tell you about the De La Cuestas. The outstanding characteristic of the De La Cuestas was generosity.
Generosity?
I'm an old lady, and perhaps sentimental, but I know in my heart that the De La Cuesta would have not taken the land from the people who bought it with their blood and sweat.
You seem to know a great deal about the situation. That must have been a very interesting ride you had with Adam Cartwright.
Most interesting.
I know who I am now. Thank you, Dona Teresa. Thank you. Your Honor, there is no need to go on any longer. I am Rosita Morales.
She's lying! What did you do to her? You are Isabella de la Cuesta. Tell her the truth!
Senor Luga, you'll have your share of truth-telling. Come with me.
You fool. You could have had it all. You could have been the richest woman in this country.
Where are you going?
I'm going back where I belong. To San Francisco.
This must have been a difficult thing for you to do, to expose an imposter.
An imposter? What makes you think she's an imposter?
Donna Teresa, is she Rosita Morales or Isabella de la Cuesta?
Who knows?
I got the lay of it just the way you told me, Jeb. It's good forage land, as far as you can see, with a clear pass through the Sierras off to the left.
Looks like our luck is running for a change, Billy boy. Desert south, nothing but rock and bramble north. And right in front of us, it's opening up like the Red Sea into the land of milk and honey. Right in front of us.
That's the Ponderosa, Jeb. We can't cut through there. You don't understand, Jeb. That's Cartwright land, far as your eye can see.
You mean they own all that?
Own? Man don't own nothing unless he's willing to die holding on to it.
I worked out this way. I know Ben Cartwright. Why, he'd kill every last one of us before he'd let a sheep set foot on the Ponderosa.
Start bringing up that flock. Now!
I come a long ways with you, Jeb. But I ain't riding against Ben Cartwright for you or nobody.
Start bringing up them sheep, Burton.
I'm pulling out, Jeb. And you ain't got nothing to say can stop me.
Don't appear there's much I can do to stop you either.
No hard feelings, Jeb. But I just ain't gonna ride against Ben Cartwright. That's all.
All right, you two, get them sheep moving. Leave him, Billy. He's past fussing. You got to learn to kill a man once you draw on him.
But I shared second plates with him, Jeb. Just a few hours ago.
Once the thing is dead, you got to get clear of it. The scruffiest hole squirrel knows that.
Sure, Jeb.
You're lettered, ain't you, boy?
Yes, sir. I spell out some.
All right. You read that to me, boy.
And Moses went up from the plains, and the Lord showed him all of the land.
I've been there 40 years myself, just like Moses. But the Lord has finally showed me my land, and I'm going to take it to myself. I have to kill everything on it and burn it to the root.
Be an easier way to make a living than this.
There he is. You know how, don't you?
No.
Marry a rich gal. Little Joe, you reckon how long it's going to take us to clear out all this stuff out of this drain ditch?
I figured the rate we're going, it
Take us about 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
Hiya, Pa.
Nice. You ever see such a pair of working fools?
Well, Adam, I wish some of that would rub off on you.
Well, now, Pa, the way I look at it, if a man expects to get ahead in this world, he's got to use his brain instead of his back.
Adam, with a place like the Ponderosa, a man has to be able to use both. Now, come on, let's get the boys a hand. Who'll be over there?
Must be Tucker. I put him out hunting strays.
That don't sound like strays.
Strays, all right, but the two-legged kind.
That was just a warning. Where do you men think you're headed?
Why, we're aiming across the Sierra.
We better find another way. Nobody goes through the Ponderosa. That's Ben Cartwright's orders.
You figuring to stop us all with that gun?
Well, maybe not all of you, but I'll drop the first man that tries to come through here.
How much is Cartwright paying you, mister?
Well, what's that to you?
Is it enough for a man to get himself killed for? Look, we're coming through. Now, you can shoot me if you've a mind to, but as soon as you pull that trigger, you're the same as a dead man. All right, bring him through. And you better get out of the way, mister, before you get yourself trampled.
I warned him, Ben. I give him clear warning.
Well, nobody expects any more, Sam. You've been told you're on Ponderosa land. I'd be obliged if you turned the tails of those sheep and got them off.
Are you, Ben Cartwright? Drummond. Jeff Drummond is my name. We ain't bringing no trouble. We're just looking to pass through on the way to California. No more than that.
Mr. Drummond, I'm sorry. I can't let you take those sheep across the Ponderosa.
You mean you got all this here and you ain't willing for us just to cut through?
That's what I mean.
Why, you got enough land here to parcel out a state of your own, and you're sitting fat right on top of it, ain't you? Let me ask you a question, Mr. Cartwright. What more right have you got to this land than me?
It's mine. That's right enough.
Every inch of this land's deeded in our name, if that's what's bothering you, Mr. Drummond.
Oh, a deed, huh? Why, deed is only a piece of paper. Looks to me like all they got is some scribbling on paper.
It's what backs up the scribbler, Mr. Drummond. That's what counts.
How many of them you count, Billy?
Five, Jeb. Just 5.
Less than we got. Well, there's no cause to draw down. I was just resting. Look, I'm only trying to get passage through to California, and I aim to pay for it too.
Drummond, I don't want any of your money.
Well, it's getting on near to dark. You wouldn't mind if we was to camp here for the night?
Well, all right. But you make sure you're gone by tomorrow morning. Is that understood?
You won't find us here. I promise you that. Yes, sir. You can count on it, Mr. Cartwright. You won't find us here. Here you are, Billy. I saved you a chaw piece without no grizzle.
Well, that's out of your helping, Jeb. You best keep that for yourself.
Oh, I had my fill for tonight, boy. You take it.
Thank you, Jeb.
You know, you could still use fattening up. If you was one of my sheep, rib scrawny like you are, I'd have sold you off for hoof glue before now. You did fatten up some, though. When I first come on you and them wranglers was fixing to string you up, well, you didn't look like no more than a fence post.
You've been mighty good to me, Jeb. I appreciate everything you've done. I only hope I can pay it back sometime.
There'll be a time come, boy. There's always a time. Well, you better get yourself some sleep before morning.
What are we doing, Jeb? Going back?
Well, I don't know yet. I gotta think on it. You see, the way I figured it, we'd have made California just about spring market time. That flock would have been fat and woolly. We'd have got a sight of cash for 'em. But I don't know. No, I've got another blanket for you, boy.
That's Burton's, isn't it?
What difference does it make? Ain't no good to him buried.
I was just asking.
Night, Billy.
Night, Jeb.
Burn it, little Joe. Cut it. Don't pull it.
We wouldn't be having all this trouble if you hadn't gone and lost that chili bowl I always fit on your head.
Just take it easy. It's getting thin enough up there like it is.
Keep your head still. Are you still putting that salad oil on your hair?
Hog lard.
Oh. What you so worried about? You ain't gonna look any different when I get done anyway.
Yeah, but I'll feel different. What's the matter? He's doing a good job, ain't he?
Oh, fine.
Yeah. Hey, let me see that mirror.
Well, I got an idea.
Oh, about what, Adam?
Well, I've been thinking. The way the country's growing, more people coming west, California, we could cut a road across the north section of the Ponderosa.
Not a bad idea. I'll give it some thought.
Well, I'd like to start on it, Pa.
Well, Adam, I said I'd give it some thought. Oh, by the way, tomorrow morning I want you to ride out and see if Drummond and those sheep of his have cleared out.
What if he hasn't?
Well, then we'll make sure he's cleared out.
Why do we have to take the law in our own hands?
Now, we're not taking any law into our own hands. What do you want me to do? Open up the Ponderosa to every scavenger that comes along? Drummond's kind turns the land to dust and then just moves on.
Look, Pa, I'm not saying let Drummond in. But there gotta be people after him. Farmers, traders, homesteaders. Now, what are you gonna do? Take a gun to them, too?
Now, you know that isn't so, Adam. But I will take a gun to Drummond's kind. He'll grab anything he can get his hands on. Now, tomorrow morning, you go out there and see that he's gone. Is that understood?
Yeah. All right, Pa, anything you say.
Come on, roll out! Come on, hustle it up! Come on, we gotta be making tracks!
Want me to get the flock shifted around and headed out, Jeb? I'll lead out the bell sheep if you want.
I ain't taking them out.
You ain't? You mean we're not crossing the Cartwright line?
No, we're crossing all right. But I've been thinking maybe we won't cross all the way.
You heard what Ben Cartwright said.
Cartwright. I'm through being shoved and hauled by his like. A man takes something, it's his. You gotta start learning that, Billy boy.
Yes, sir. But ain't we taking on a peck of trouble?
Trouble. I'm an old man now, but I once had me a flock of sheep was like looking across a big white sea. I run them from the Snake River in the north to the Mexican border and back. Then the cattle come, and the farmers plowing up the earth. I've been pushed so hard, Billy, there ain't hardly a corner I can squeeze myself into. But I'm through being pushed now. All right, hurry it up, you men, and get that chuck wagon loaded. Them Cartwrights will be after us before it gets much lighter. Billy, you take them two and hang back to ride guard. And if them Cartwrights come tailing us, you let me know.
All right, Jim.
And Billy, you make sure you stop whichever one of them it is.
You mean kill him, Jeb? Is that what you mean?
That's right. And leave them out there like bait to stink a trail for the rest of them.
I can't see doing that to him, Jeb. What they ever done to us?
Why, them Cartwrights would kill us if they got the chance, every one of us. You know that, Billy boy. Now, don't you shed no tears over them Cartwrights. They're the same kind as tried to string you up. Why, they got, we ain't. and knows that God ain't gonna give it up unless you shake them until their britches pop. I'm telling you, Billy, they'd kill every one of us if they got the chance. Only, they ain't gonna get the chance.
Looks like about as good a spot as any to set up.
Set up for what, Billy? You talking about an ambush?
You just do like I say.
I've been riding with old Jeb for a long time now. I know the way he thinks.
How do you mean, Carter?
That old buzzard is thinking about killing himself some Cartwrights. Hey, you know I'm right, Billy boy.
You spot yourself up there. Collier, you head on down a ways.
I'll tell you, Billy boy, I don't want to get mixed up in no range war. Not for what we're getting out of it.
You just do like Jeb says.
Well, can't we maybe scare him a little bit?
The Cartwrights? That kind don't scare.
Maybe you feel like having Jeb flay the skin off you for not doing what he says. Jeb says shoot. Shoot to kill.
Hey, Collier, what about all this?
You mean about killing the Cartwright?
I mean about getting strung up for Jeb Drummond.
I don't plan to get strung up for Jed Drummond or nobody. Come on, let's get out of here.
All right, drop the gun.
You win, mister. I lose again.
Keep them bunched over to that side so they don't mill. And get them two moving there.
Gonna make new camp, Jeb?
No, not here. It's too rocky. I'd like to get to that draw up ahead.
Pasture up there, Jeb. That ain't no good for the sheep.
No, not for the sheep it ain't. But for what I got in mind, it's fine. Come on, get them sheep moving. Jeb, what? One of the Cartwrights come upon us unexpected like. Well, did you kill him? No, he got Wheeler. There's nothing I could do about it, Jeb. He had position on me. He'd have finished me off, too, if I hadn't got clear. I'd give you a job, I mean, to have it done right. Now, instead of the rest of them coming looking for him, he'll tail back and tell them which way we went. Well, maybe it's for the best. If we can get us to that draw ahead of them, might be they get a little surprise, huh, Billy boy? All right, drive 'em! Oh, we run 'em!
Should have run that bushwhacker off for good last night.
Want me to ride into town, tell the sheriff?
I don't need any sheriff. That flock of sheep, he couldn't have gone more than a few miles. We can get rid of them before dark.
Now, wait a minute, Pa. Let the law do it this time.
What's wrong with you, boy? You want to sit here and twiddle your thumbs while Drummond's sheep eat our land bare? By the time the lawyers and the sheriff and the court in Virginia City get through haggling with what should be done, the whole North Pasture will be torn up. Get your guns. We've got work to do.
What kind of work, Paul?
Get those sheep off our land.
Now, look, Pa, I don't want you running after Drummond. Now, just settle down.
You going soft, boy?
Pa, you're just as bad as he is.
I'm what?
You and Drummond both think you're a law unto yourselves, and you're not. Without the law, a man's no better than dirt.
Now, you listen to something from me. I cleared that land that Drummond's driving his sheep through. I worked it till my hands cracked open and the sweat blinded my eyes. And I planted that grass, and with the Lord's help it grew, and I'm not going to let a sheep herder who never did an honest day's work in his life ruin it. Now, you coming with me or not?
Jeb. That's good. Now it's the Cartwrights who are going to be in open ground.
Jeb, you sure you ain't picking off a bigger piece than you can chew?
It's a blind draw, Jeb. You let them come in here, it's us that's going to be trapped.
Well, if that's what they thought, might turn out just a bit different. It don't matter if they got us trapped, as long as we get one of them. Just one.
You let them walk in here, what's going to keep Ben Cartwright from killing off the whole lot of us?
Of course, Cartwright is the kind of guy that don't shoot unless somebody else fires the first shot.
Well, I don't like sitting here like a treed squirrel. I say we get out there and face them straight off.
All right, go ahead. Well, what's the matter? You ain't going, are you? Because you ain't smart enough to tackle a man like Cartwright. He'd chew you right up and spit you out on the ground. Any fool can go out and get himself shot dead.
If you ain't gonna face them, what are you gonna do?
You ever see Injuns go after a herd of buffalo? They dog out the strays one by one. And then pretty soon the rest of them are scared and running over each other. Collier, I want you to take 2 men and hide yourselves up there on that ledge over there. Billy, I want you to get back down the path by the draw there. Because if we split them up, that's where some of them are liable to run for it. Well, sounds good, don't it, boy?
Yeah, I guess so.
That ain't what you're thinking, is it? What are you thinking, boy?
You're asking us to shoot those men down like there's nothing but a bunch of bounty pelts.
Well, sure I am. What's wrong with it?
I didn't say nothing was wrong with it.
That's good. Because I hope you ain't forgetting how I first come on you. Strung up for a horse thief. You didn't do it, but you had a rope around your neck anyways. Well, this ain't no different. And the Cartwrights ain't no different neither. They'll kill you if you give them the chance. Maybe not with a rope, but they'll do it. What are you gaping at?
Nothing, Jeb.
Well, you get back there where I told you. Now, look, boy. I've been pulling myself through this world for a long time. And when you get right down to it, it's a fact. You got to fight back, whichever way you can, or you just get beat to the ground. All right, get back there where I told you to go.
All right.
And, boy, remember what I want. I want one of them Cartwrights alive.
Yes, sir.
And put a jacket on, boy. There's a chill coming up.
Well, what do you make of it, Hoss?
I can't figure out why, Paul, but it looks to me like he took them sheep right up into that blind canyon.
That old scavenger. He isn't leaving the Ponderosa at all. He's planted a camp here.
What makes you say that, Pa?
Well, why else would he be heading up into that blind draw? Oh, up there he can protect his flock and have a good chance of standing us off.
There sure ain't no sign of him anywhere else, Paul.
Now, that's the way it appears, except there's no pasture for his sheep in that draw. If he can stand us off, that means we can do the same to him. Starve him out.
Why wait for that? Why don't we just ride in, get it over with?
Wouldn't Mr. Drummond love that? The four of us bunched up together like so many flies on flypaper? No, we're gonna have to spread out and stay spread. Hoss, you and Joe, you move up on the left side. Adam and I'll ride straight in.
Well, there is another thing we could do.
What's that?
Well, you could stand watch on while I get the sheriff.
I thought we'd settle that.
Well, we could pin him down like Adam says.
And wait for some judge to serve a paper on them? The court in Virginia City doesn't own the Ponderosa. We do. And if we're not willing to fight to hold on to it, we might as well turn it over to the first settler who feels like staking a claim.
Take your men and move them out into the open.
What for, Jeb? We got good position on them Cartwrights right here.
Just do like I say. Take those men and move them out in the open.
But, Jeb, them Cartwrights will be sitting ducks from here. We could wipe them all out.
I don't want to wipe them out. Or maybe just miss wiping them out. I just want one of them Cartwrights alive. Now, you take those men and move them out in the open where they can be seen.
They're all right. We'll ride in slow. Adam will come with me. You boys cover us from the rocks.
Don't fire. I'll tell you when to shoot. You hold your ground right there. The first one breaks to run, I'll kill him all by myself. I hear you, Cartwright.
My son and I are coming in there. You fire one shot, there won't be a one of you ever comes out of that drawer alive. Drummond, I ought to let you and your sheep starve.
Looks like I did work myself into a hole, kinda.
And Drummond, you broke your word to me. You're not gonna break it again. I'm gonna give you one last chance to get those sheep out of here.
Maybe we can make ourselves a little deal.
No deal, Drummond. Clear those sheep out.
He don't give a man much space to twist in, does he?
He means it.
Now, either you get out, or you get starved out.
All right, boys. Put down your guns. I'll get my sheep out of here come morning.
You get your sheep out right now.
Sure beats me. Here you own half the world. And me, all I'm asking is the right to drive a few miserable sheep across the corner of your land. You'd think you could do a man that little good. You got a mighty unreasonable old man, boy.
Now, Drummond, get those sheep out now.
All right, boys, you got your orders.
Adam, try to get those sheep on the move.
Hey, you look like a reasonable fella. Maybe we can make us a little deal.
You heard what my father said. All right, you men, let's get 'em moving.
Take
off in there. I've got to get to him.
Paul, you can't make it down there.
Joe!
Yeah, Pa?
I'm going to try to make up along that ledge. Follow me.
Paul, you can't make it.
Got Adam in there, won't make it.
Yeah, Pa?
That Drummond is behind the wagon.
I can't get a shot at him from here.
You're cut off, boy. Throw down your gun.
You heard him. Drop it.
Adam! Make for that path behind you.
Come on, Billy, cut him down!
Drop it, kid.
You're gonna kill me, ain't you?
Come on, kid. I said drop it. Now get out of the way.
I can't.
I said get out of the way.
I can't, Jeb. Give me order.
Cover me! Drop that gun and put up your hands. All right. Now come on down here. Cartwright, can you hear me? You call your men off or I'll kill your boy right now.
Joe! Horse! Hold your fire.
All right, now clear out.
You're still trapped in that hole, Drummond.
Am I? You got yourself an empire, ain't you, Mr. Cartwright? Is it worth your boy's life? Well, is it?
What do you want, Drummond?
You hear that, Billy boy? What I want, Mr. Cartwright? Ain't that what you said? Well, I'll tell you flat out. First off, I'm going to run my sheep across your land. And I'm going to graze them till they're full enough to bust. And your son is going to be with me every step of the way. And if you try stopping me, I'm going to put a bullet right in the back of his skull. It's been a long ways to here, Mr. Cartwright. A long ways and a lot of time. And if you got any doubt about my meaning what I say, well, you just make your play.
All right, Drummond. I can't stop you. But you listen to me, and you listen good. If you put a scratch on my boy, I'll find you, and I'll kill you. If I have to follow you clear to hell.
Paul, we gotta do something.
Maybe Adam was right. Maybe we should have called the sheriff in the first place. I don't know.
He was right. My fault.
Oh, Paul. You know we don't blame you for nothing.
It's just the way things turned out. Hoss and I would have done the same thing if it were up to us.
That's right.
I made Adam do it my way. I let Drummond outsmart me.
Paul, you heard little Joe. Any of us would have done the same thing.
I couldn't have done it any differently. Couldn't just invite him in and ask him to make himself and his sheep at home in the best pasture.
Paul, we know you couldn't do any such thing. But don't blame yourself.
Should have thrown him and his sheep right off the property right away. I was soft.
Paul, we've all learned our lesson. From now on, we'll know better than to try to fight this sort of thing ourselves. We'll go for a sheriff.
You mean from now on? The Cartwrights don't fight their own battles anymore. Is that what you're saying? From now on, whenever we get into any kind of trouble, we have to go begging for help?
Not begging. It ain't begging.
Well, then what is it if it isn't begging?
It's asking. It's asking like other folks do when their rights are violated, Paul. It's asking folks whose sworn duty it is to uphold the law to come and help us. Paul, ain't that what you always tried to teach us?
Pa, you know I've always wanted us to take care of our own troubles. But this time they've got Adam. I just don't think there's anything else we can do.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, you two settle up. Ride into town, tell the sheriff what's happened.
I think I can go faster by myself.
Hoss. You and I, we're riding into Drummond's camp. I got an idea how to keep Drummond busy till the sheriff gets there. I don't trust him, but then I can see him.
Yes, sir.
All set, Jeb.
You look at them sheep?
They're resting and quiet.
I bet they ain't felt as good in their bellies in a month of Sundays, grazing on all this nice, fat Cartwright grass.
Sure is good pasture, Jeb.
You know something, Billy? I've been thinking, there ain't nothing we can find in California as good as we got right here. Now, is there?
Well, I guess not, Jeb.
Good land, lots of it. Why, we can raise ourselves the biggest, fattest flock of sheep in the whole country right here. And I'm gonna take it, Billy. All of it.
How are you gonna do that?
I knew that Providence would show me a way.
Him? You mean young Cartwright?
Mm-hmm. Before I'm done with him, Ben Cartwright is going to be begging to give us the Ponderosa to get his son back. You remember one thing, Billy. You catch a man where he's soft, and you can most always squeeze anything you want out of him. You better take care of him. I don't want nothing to happen to him just yet.
I'll take care of him.
Yes, sir, Billy. There ain't nothing at all in California we ain't got more of right here. Say, you must be clean hungry. Eat some of them beans before they're cold. See you in the morning, Billy.
Night, Jeb.
Night.
Brought you some beans. I can't untie you. Jeb wouldn't favor that.
It's all right.
You could have killed me yesterday when you had the chance.
Guess I could.
If you had, you wouldn't be here like this now.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Why'd you do it then? Why'd you kill me when you had the chance?
I don't know. Just couldn't.
That ain't like Jeb said. I mean about what you and your pa do to us.
Oh, what'd he say we'd do to you?
Kill us. First crack out of the barrel.
How long you been with Drummond?
Oh, a year. Maybe a little more. I met him when I first left off farming and took to the road. Wasn't exactly like I met him. Some drunk cowhands was gonna hang me up for stealing a pinto, but I never done it.
How old were you?
19. I guess that's how it happened. Well, I didn't know much then. But like now. I bought the horse off a peddler fella, but I never had sense enough to get no papers for it. Just dumb, trusting like.
Now he's taught you not to trust anybody, huh?
Jeb saved my life.
That doesn't mean you have to live the way he does.
I owe him. But I guess you wouldn't know what it feels like to have a rope strung around your neck. Not with a regular family and living the way you do. No, sir. Old Jeb, he just come by and scattered them trail hands off.
And you think he did it for you? Haven't you been around him long enough to know he doesn't do anything for anybody except himself?
That don't make no difference. Oh, I guess it weren't so much to save me as much as old Jeb just got it in for cattlemen and cowhands and that like. He's bitter in his ways, like my pa was.
What happened to him?
He got himself killed, fighting over a few Acres of bare, rocky ground back in Kentucky. Wasn't like I knew him much, him or anybody. Mostly I just sort of shifted around from one kin to the next.
Doesn't mean you have to stay with him.
He's always done good by me.
Listen, he's no better than something that crawls after carrion. You want to plunder your piece of land bad enough to have his taint rub off on you?
You talk mighty big, don't you, mister? That's 'cause you got it all. A family and regular living and all this good, rich land to hang on to. All I got in this world is Jeb Drummond. You remember that, mister. I got nothing in this world but Jeb Drummond.
Jeb, two men on horses. Looks like the Cartwrights. Pull that wagon!
I left my gun, Drummond.
He ain't left his. Get that gun, Billy boy.
Adam.
Hello, Pa.
All right. Now suppose you dismount and say your piece.
Drummond, let my son go. Take me instead.
You? Did I hear correct?
You hear correct.
What are you figuring?
You want a hostage. Well, I'll be a hostage. No, Pa. Well, Drummond, what about it?
Well, I'll tell you, I don't care much which of you Cartwrights I hold as hostage. Because I got me another notion.
What's your notion, Drummond?
I've been thinking they had nothing in California as good as you got here. So I'm going to take it. All of it. And claim it as my own.
How you figuring on doing that, mister? You planning on killing us all?
Ask your old man. I think he knows. Billy boy, give me that paper. Yes, sir, Mr. Cartwright. I've got it all right here. A deed to 50,000 acres of your land. Now all you got to do is sign it and make it all legal.
Drummond, do you think that my signing a ridiculous scrap of paper like that is going to make anything legal?
Well, the way I see it, I'm willing to take the gamble. Because I ain't got nothing to lose anyhow. And you got something mighty important to gain.
What's he got to gain?
You. Because unless he signs this deed, I'm going to kill you and let your body rot where it drops.
Adam, there's something you ought to know. I sent little Joe to town for the sheriff.
Thanks, Pa. It looks like I've been wrong all along.
No, you weren't wrong. And Drummond, with the sheriff coming, how do you think you're going to get away with all this?
Well, like I said, I'm willing to take the chance.
Yes, that's what you said. What about you? You willing to take a gamble, too?
Whatever Jeb says is good enough for me.
You too?
I'm willing.
Look at him. Do you think he cares if you get skinned and hooked like some coyote meat? As long as he can use you to get what he's after?
All right, you had your say, mister. Now, do you want to sign this deed, or do you want to bury your son?
Don't sign it, Pa. He won't shoot.
That's the difference between you and me, Drummond. I'm not a gambling man. Give me that paper.
Pa, don't. 50,000 acres, it isn't worth it.
isn't it?
Well, that's a mighty fine-looking signature. Much better than I could have done. But then, I never owned 50,000 acres of prime land before, neither.
And you don't own it now.
Don't move!
Adam!
I was gonna make it an even deal. The land for your son. But it looks like I can't trust any of you Cartwrights. There's only one way to deal with you. Give me the gun, Billy.
You can't just kill him, Jeb.
Can't I? You just watch.
I ain't done nothing for you to kill him over, Jeb.
You give me that gun!
But, Jeb...
Look, how many times I've tried to beat it into you, Billy. If you want something in this world, you've got to get it whichever way you can. But you go right on being woman soft. Maybe I should have let them wranglers string you up for stealing them 3 pintos.
3 pintos? Jeb, how'd you ever know they was looking for 3 of them?
Well, they said, I guess.
No, they never. They never said nothing after you came.
Well, that don't make no difference, boy.
Don't it? Well, I think it does, Jeb. 'Cause you killed them straight off. I thought it was to save me, but that wasn't it, was it? Well, you knew there's 3 pintos, 'cause you was the one that stole them and sold them off yourself. I guess I really don't owe you nothing, do I, Jeb?
Now, you know that ain't right, Billy boy. I mean, maybe I did lie to you about them pintos, but I always done good by you, and I taught you things.
Sure. Like shooting a man in the back, like grabbing and thieving. Well, I learned good, Jeb. But I ain't learning no more.
Now, look, Billy. Billy, you're like a son to me. The only reason I want this land is because I'm going to leave it to you. I promise it.
No, Jeb.
You give me that gun! How many times I tried to beat it into you, Billy?
Jeb!
I should have let him hang you. You're no good thieving, dirty double-crosser. Shoot him, Kaya. Kill him.
Hey, Pa, how come Hopsing got all this vinegar?
Sorry, Pa, you didn't have no rutabagas.
Guess I'll be leaving. Sure do thank you for all your help. For the shirt, little Joe.
You're welcome. Where'll you go now?
I don't know exactly.
Billy, do you ever think of taking up homesteading?
You mean a place of my own?
Yeah.
Sure, but...
Well, we got a lot of open land here in the Ponderosa. I figure that Adam here could probably help you pick out a good piece of it.
You mean a piece of your land?
Well, we got a lot of people coming out this way. I guess we'll have to make some room for them all, including the law.
Well, Mr. Cartwright, I sure will try to live up to your faith in me.
Well, Billy, you better, because if I catch you stepping out of line just once, why,
You'll go get the sheriff.
Oh, little Joe, can't you load no faster than that?
Can I load it any faster? Why don't you try pitching? Let me stack for a while.
You must be forgetting. I did the loading this morning, you did the stacking. Now it's your turn to load a while.
No, I ain't forgetting. I'm just complaining.
Now I ask you, do you ever see 2 guys work so hard and accomplish so little?
I'll have to admit they're a bit on the slow side, Adam. But then they're pretty puny. Especially the one on top the wagon.
Yeah. Well, what are you doing?
Oh, I thought I'd give him a hand.
Well, we're going to make that dance in Virginia City. We don't have much time.
Won't take but a few minutes.
Well, as long as you're such a fool for work, Dave, you'll be my guest. Oh, hey, ain't that shirt you sent all the way to St. Louis for?
Yeah?
It's pretty bad shape now.
Well, I can send for another. Come on, we better get the rest of this hay loaded before your paw skins us alive.
And he can sure do it, too.
Hey, Walker. You stand right where you are, Walker. Drop your gun, Doc.
I don't know who you are, mister, but you're gonna go home in a box.
I'm a United States Marshal, and this is my prisoner.
Well, what'd Dave do?
You got the wrong man, mister. Now, hold it. I'll kill the first man that tries to interfere.
Dave didn't have a chance, Pa. Marshall clubbed him before he knew what was happening.
I'll have a look at your credentials, Marshal, if you don't mind. A tin star and a shotgun won't get you off the Ponderosa alive. I said your credentials. United States Marshal Emmett Dowd, Los Angeles, Office of Southwest Territory. And was it necessary to half-kill the boy, Marshal?
He had a pitchfork. I don't take any chances.
Dave's the one who didn't have a chance, Marshal.
Marshal, Dave Walker has been working for me for almost a year now. In all that time, I've never known him to commit an act of violence of any sort.
If you have any complaints, you can lodge them with my superiors.
Oh, I'll do that. You can count on it.
In the meantime, you tell your boys to step aside. I'm going to take my prisoner into Virginia City.
On what charge?
Murder. Let's go.
You have to treat him so roughly.
Mr. Cartwright, I'll handle my prisoner in my own way.
Now, look, he's not an animal. Treat him with some consideration.
Mr. Cartwright, it's a federal offense, punishable by fine or imprisonment or both, to interfere with the United States Marshal in the execution of his duties. Now, you step aside.
Don't you fellas think you'd better get dressed if you're going to make that dance?
After what happened to Davey, I don't feel much like dancing, Pa.
Me neither, Paul. Paul, do you really believe what that feller had to say about Dave being guilty of murder?
Well, the question of Dave's innocence or guilt still has to be proved at a trial.
Yeah, that is if he gets one. Dowd acted as though he's already been convicted.
Yeah. Ain't there some way we can stop him, Paul?
Us. He's the United States Marshal. His orders are to take Dave back to Los Angeles to stand trial.
Well, maybe some of Dave's friends got together. We could change all that.
Now, Joe, whatever we think of Dowd as a man, he still represents the law. Must be a better way to help Dave.
We're listening.
Well, we can ride into town tomorrow morning for one thing. Talk to Dowd. The stage for Southern California doesn't leave till noon.
Yeah, but how can we help him?
I don't know. I do have a lawyer friend in Los Angeles I'd like to telegraph a message to.
Yeah, I'd like to buy old Dave a shirt, too. Replace that when he tore up helping us load the hay.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea, Hoss. Well, 3 of us will leave in the morning, then.
3 of who?
Well, Hoss, Adam, and myself.
Well, what about me?
I think you'd better stay here, Joe. Somebody has to get the rest of the hay in.
That'll keep him busy till spring, Paul.
This country's growing up, Pa. Wasn't always you could send $1,000 flying through the air from here to Los Angeles.
Well, at least it'll provide Dave with the kind of help he'll need.
Paul, I'm getting just about ready to kill a man, Paul.
Oh, what now?
Well, I just took that new shirt over to Dave, and you ought to see what that marshal's done to him.
What about the sheriff? Didn't he try to stop him?
No, he's up at Pyramid Lake or someplace. Ain't nobody over there but that deputy, and Dowd just shoved him aside.
We better get over to that jail, see what we can do. Dave. Let me see your face, boy. Dan, how did this happen?
Dowd brought the boy in last night and then demanded a cell.
I couldn't refuse to cooperate with the U.S. Marshal, Ben.
He did this to Dave.
Well, I didn't see it happen. Curly had the night duty. He said Dowd came back to check the boy's chains.
Paul, I'm gonna kill him.
No, that wouldn't help matters. Now, Dave, did you give him any provocation?
Do you think he needed any, Mr. Cartwright?
But why? He didn't offer any resistance. Why would he want to do this to you?
Maybe because he's just that kind of man, Mr. Cartwright.
Yeah. I guess that's so.
Dave, Paul's wired $1,000 to a lawyer friend in Los Angeles. Make sure you get a fair trial.
Adam, you think Dowd's going to let me reach Los Angeles alive?
David, did you commit this murder?
Mr. Cartwright, I don't even know what Dowd is talking about.
All right, Dave. We believe you.
Where's the marshal now, Dan? He's over at the hotel packing his bags. The stage leaves in 20 minutes.
Well, that'll give us enough time. Come on, boys.
Hoss? Thanks for the shirt. Nicest one I ever had.
That's all right, Dave.
Mr. Cartwright, thanks for everything you've done for me, but don't bother trying to talk to Marshal Dowd. It won't do any good.
Well...
Good morning. Will you please see that our bags are taken out to the stage?
You talking about the stage of Los Angeles?
Yes, sir. I think that is the name of the little village. You see, my daughter and I are not so familiar with this part of your country.
But we like it very much. It's so very beautiful. Isn't it, Father?
Indeed, my child, it is. And we are looking forward to the rest of our journey.
There's nothing between here and Los Angeles but 500 miles of dry, hot desert.
But your desert is most remarkable. We have never seen anything to match its rugged splendor.
You'd better wait for the next stage. We aren't taking any passengers on this one.
No, we cannot wait. You see, we have made arrangements already at Los Angeles. There will be a sailing vessel waiting for us on which we have reservations.
I said no passengers.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Cartwright. You're blocking the door.
Yes, I know. We've just seen what you did to Dave Walker.
He resisted my efforts to shackle him.
Was there any need to chain him to that bed?
Just the need to make sure he didn't escape from that flea bag jail.
What about his face? What'd you hit him with?
Cartwright. Get out of my way.
Mister, if you weren't a United States Marshal...
The point is, I am.
Let him out, Adam.
Excuse me, gentlemen. May I present myself? My name is Dr. Anton Strasser. This is my daughter, Andrea.
Yeah? Well, I'm Ben Cartwright. These are my sons.
Very pleased to meet you, gentlemen. Could you kindly tell me, is there some danger in our taking this particular stage?
Danger? No, there's no danger. It might prove to be a bit unpleasant for you and your daughter.
Unpleasant? How do you mean?
Well, Doctor, you see, they're taking a young man in chains on that stage to Los Angeles.
In chains? But why? Is he a criminal?
No, ma'am, he's not a criminal. But it might be safe if you did take the stage next week.
But, Father, surely he cannot prevent us from taking the stage.
Easy, my child. Sir, I don't understand. This gentleman who carries a gun, is he an officer of the law?
Well, he's an officer of the law, all right, but you must remember, Doctor, we're a young and rough country.
Well, we have seen men like this who carry guns and abuse their power. It happens everywhere, even in my native Vienna.
But, Father, we've got to get on that stage if we're going to make our connections.
We'll see what can be done. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Alles wird in Ordnung sein.
Stand away, mister. He doesn't need any help. On your feet, Walker. I said get up.
Once before I've seen that kind of law, man.
How do you mean that, Dan?
That Dowd doesn't intend for Dave to get to Los Angeles alive.
Look, Dan, isn't there someone you can send along to look out for the boy?
I'd go myself, but we're 2 men short as it is. We couldn't spare anybody till the sheriff gets back from Pyramid Lake.
You think I ought to go along, Pa?
Adam, this isn't really our affair.
Isn't it? Why'd you wire $1,000 to the lawyer in Los Angeles?
I'll make sure the boy gets a fair trial.
Well, maybe that's why I want to go along. See that he lasts long enough to get a fair trial.
Paul, maybe you ought to send me along, too.
Charlie? Have you any empty seats?
As far as I know, we're not carrying anything but the marshal and his prisoner.
Say, driver. Please take our luggage aboard. My daughter and I will travel with you.
I told you at the hotel. There'll be no other passengers on this trip.
Sir, you have no right to do this. This is a public vehicle.
Tell your father to step out of the way, miss. I don't want to hurt him.
But my father isn't well. And we must make that boat connection.
I'm sorry, miss.
But we haven't any weapons. Surely we can't endanger you and your prisoner.
Marshal? Are you commandeering this stage?
I said there'd be no passengers on this trip.
Well, you know you can't take over a public carrier, Marshal Dowd.
It's for their own safety. I can't be responsible for what might happen on this trip.
Well, you can just not bother yourself about that anymore, mister. Me and my brother here are going to go along with you to make sure nothing peculiar does happen.
That's right, Marshal. If you've any objections, you can telegraph your superiors for instructions.
All right. Hand your guns to the driver.
Hand up your guns, boys. You won't need them for what you have to do.
Lock them up. Yours, too. I'll take the key.
Look at him.
It's all right, Marshal. You just keep your seat. I'd just soon ride up there, Charlie, anyhow.
Get up there, Lucy. Take them hips, Maybell.
My manners, Miss Johnson. Now, you and your father met the gentleman with the shotgun, United States Deputy Marshal Emmett Dowd. But as for the prisoner, well, I am not certain whether or not the law permits us to recognize him. Perhaps you could advise us, Marshal.
We have a long journey, Mr. Cartwright. Let's not make it more difficult than is necessary.
Well, looking at your prisoner, I would say you're making it a lot more difficult than is necessary.
Since you're so well armed, Marshal, why is it necessary that your prisoner remain chained?
Does it disturb you to see a murderer in chains?
I don't go to see any man in chains.
Particularly an innocent one.
Walker's guilt will be established when we reach Los Angeles.
Charlie, why don't you try missing some of them juggos every once in a while?
It's a good long ride ahead of us, Adam. There's no sense in your getting redneck because of me. I'm finished.
You can't say that. If you're innocent, you can't even think it.
Please.
You mustn't submit to what he stands for.
Get out of here! These chains don't encourage a man to fight back, miss.
Here, baby.
Charlie, I sure am going to be happy to get my britches off of this torture rack.
Well, we'll be stopping to water the horse in another mile or so. Get up there, Lucy. Howdy.
Howdy.
10 minutes, folks. You can get out and stretch if you don't mind the snakes.
Sure, I'm glad you folks came by.
What's wrong, mister?
Oh, my horse lost a shoe ways back.
That's bad luck. Where are you headed?
West?
Which shoe is it?
Oh, it's that left front foot.
Yeah, it ain't no shoe, mister. You ain't going very far from that old pony. He's got a bad stone bruise.
Well, maybe you got room for an extra passenger. I got the fare.
Hold it.
What's your name, mister?
Cutler? Herd Cutler.
Where you from?
Up north?
I asked you a question, mister. Answer it.
Well, that's a good enough answer. Up north. Ranch near the Truckee River. I'm headed for Los Angeles.
All the way across the desert with that one canteen?
Well, I figured I'd get me another one at the next stage station. Marshal? Well, how about it, driver? You got room for me topside?
Yeah, I guess so.
We can't just leave him stranded out here. It's better than a week till another stage comes by.
Didn't I see you in Virginia City?
Oh, I don't reckon so, Marshal. Nearest I ever got to a silver mine was Laredo. The land jobber sold me and my partner a salted claim.
Did you get back at him?
Nah, hanging party got to him first. Well, how about it, Marshal? Be grateful to you if you let me ride to the next stage station. I can have my horse shot and be on my way.
I'll let the driver keep your gun.
The marshal's taking all our guns. He's afraid one of us might lose his head.
That godforsaken desert's California?
You ain't never been to California before?
Yeah, I've been to California. I've been to San Francisco lots of times, Charlie, but it sure didn't look nothing like that.
Well, this is Southern California. The station's right beyond those hills there.
Southern California, huh?
Yep.
I can tell you one thing, Charlie. It sure ain't gonna ever amount to much.
Hi, Charlie. Hi. You're about a half hour late. You run into trouble along the way?
Nope, not on the way, Michael, you old highbinder. I brung it with me. Just so's you wouldn't be losing out on your share of the misery.
Only 6 for supper, Charlie?
Only 6 and 1 in chains. But I don't reckon he'll be having much of an appetite. He's on his way to be hanged.
Do tell. Well, a young one, huh? I bet you some gal's gonna be crying her eyes out. Maybe more than one gal, eh, Sonny?
I'd like to think so, old-timer.
What are they gonna hang you for? Horse thieving or card sharping?
For twisting the arm off a nosy old desert rat.
Oh, say, I like this boy, Marshal. Yes, sirree. Say, are you plumb set on hanging him?
I suppose you're the station master.
Yeah, me. That's me, Micah Bailey. Now, the gents will bed down in the dining room, and the ladies in the parlor.
Don't you have any private accommodations?
What's he talking about?
Well, I reckon what he means, Mike, is that he wants a private room.
Well, I tell you, mister, the only thing private out here is the hole that a man gets buried in. And even that's liable to be stolen out from under him by thieving Apaches. Breakfast at daybreak, supper at sundown. If you're late, you don't eat.
Everybody hold it just a minute. Old man, do these doors lock?
Yep.
I'll give these back to you before we leave in the morning. Dr. Strasser, you and your daughter will occupy this room tonight.
Thank you, Marshal.
Hey, Bub, you just wait a minute. That's the station master's quarters.
Cartwright, you and your brother, Cutler, and the driver will occupy the parlor. My prisoner and I'll take the dining room.
Well, ain't you forgetting about me?
Sleep in the kitchen.
He's being thoughtful again, as usual, Micah.
Ain't you leaning kind of heavy on that tin star, Marshal? Now, you listen to me. I'm station master here. Me, Micah Bailey. I'll say who goes where.
Mr. Bailey, it is a federal offense punishable by fine or imprisonment or both to interfere with the United States Marshal in the execution of his duties.
It means he's taking charge, Micah, whether we like it or not.
Oh, put that strong box over by the stove. Mr. Bailey, how many firearms do you have at this station?
Half a dozen rifles locked up in the liquor stores. And this.
Are the keys on here?
Yeah.
Well, until I leave, I will take charge of all firearms.
Mister, this is Apache country. I wouldn't let loose of my shooting iron for any man. Especially a blowed-up tin star.
Bailey! That's an order, old man.
Can he do this to me?
Oh, dadgummit, Mike, I reckon he thinks he can. You better go ahead and do like he tells you. For the time being, anyhow. That ought to get you across the desert, Cutler, but I'd sure be careful of that stone bruise if I was you.
Well, thanks a lot, Hoss.
You fellas want supper, you better rustle your shanks. I'm just dishing up beans and side meat.
That sounds mighty larvin to me, Micah. Come on, Adam, let's go.
What kind of beans?
Wild beans. I picked them myself.
Mesquite beans. Yeah, little Joe warned me if I went on a trip with you, I'd be eating cow fodder.
You talk like I rode ahead and ordered them.
Well, if you didn't, how come they're on the menu first night out?
You don't come to think of it, it does sound a little strange, don't it?
Oh, I don't think so. It's sort of like bees and honey. You and cow food just seem to go together.
Yeah.
Here's some more coffee, folks. Yeah.
You haven't touched your food.
First time I ever remember my appetite deserting me, miss.
I can hardly blame you. I wouldn't feel much like eating either.
Andrea, please.
But you must eat. We still have a long journey, haven't we?
Yes, miss. A very long and rough one.
You must eat. It will give you strength.
I'll get by, miss.
When we get to Los Angeles, perhaps my father and I can notify your family.
Well, that's thoughtful of you, miss, but there's no one to notify. My ma died when I was no bigger than a pollywog. Never knew my pa. Ma said he was a man with restless feet. I think she loved him more than he was worth.
And you took after your father?
No, miss. I always tried to stay put for as long as I was allowed. Looks now like I'll get my wish. I'll be settling someplace for good.
Well, look, Dave, you're not convicted yet.
You're going to be back on the Ponderosa in no time, don't you worry.
A lot can happen between now and the time I get tried.
Lady, you'll forgive me. I think I'll finish my cigar in the other room.
If the rest of you are through with your meals, I'd be obliged if you'd all go to your rooms.
Is that a request, Marshal?
No, Miss Strasser, that is not a request. Good night.
Andrea, please. Nothing to be gained by arguing with authority.
But, Father...
Come along, child. We have a long journey tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Dave.
I'll be all right, Adam. Don't lose no sleep over me.
Night, Dave.
You afraid I'll sneak out in this harness, Marshal? Or that one of them will jump you while you're asleep? Adam Cartwright, for instance, or the station master? How long has it been since you slept, Marshal?
Almost a year.
Has it really been that long? I can't imagine what keeps you going. I'm not much at carrying a tune, Marshal, but I can tell you what that song's about. It's about a girl named Corey and the way she died.
You shut your filthy mouth, you hear me? You shut your filthy mouth. making anybody sleep with you rolling and tossing.
Well, dad burn it, I can't help it. This confounded couch is plumb alive. Every time I get in another position, it sprouts another hair. Look at that. Cutler's gone.
I didn't hear him get up.
Neither did I.
Cutler, come on out.
You murdered him.
He tried to kill me. He was Walker's accomplice. We knew he was hiding out near Virginia City.
I wouldn't count on catching that boat, Dr. Strasser. Why? We lost the horses. Well, my brother and the others are trying to find him. How's he?
His collarbone is shattered, several ribs broken, and he may have serious internal injuries.
You just had to kill somebody, didn't you?
He was trying to help Walker escape. I had my eye on him ever since I spotted him in Virginia City.
I never knew suspicion could rot a man's mind. You really believe that, huh?
All right, have it your way. I killed Cutler in cold blood. Are you satisfied?
You want to kill yourself? Lay back.
All we ever asked of you was to have a little compassion for the prisoner.
Compassion? You mean feel sorry for him?
Well, now, is there anything wrong with that?
He's used this trick before. On Cora.
Cora?
My wife. I killed her with that shotgun.
Well, now, what's that got to do with Walker?
Because he worked his ways on her, too. Before I could get him back to Los Angeles for the murder of a paymaster, she tried to release him. And he deliberately pushed her in my line of fire to save his own rotten skin.
Now we know the reason for the chains and the beatings.
If you believe it, Doctor. It's not going to work, Dad. You go from brutality to sentiment, and I don't buy it.
Cartwright! Take that.
Well, what's that for?
I'm deputizing you. You take Walker back to Los Angeles.
You mean you want me to take your place?
That's what I mean.
But you can't deputize somebody like this.
Can I? The United States Marshal has the authority to deputize any citizen.
And if I refuse?
You can't refuse. It's your duty to take that badge. And you are bound by law to accept and carry out any reasonable commission.
Well, how's Mr. Dowd? I hear he almost got run over by some horses.
He was trampled, almost killed.
Oh, now ain't that too bad? And to such a nice fella, too.
Dave, you have anything to do with it?
You hear that, miss? Adam, you don't mean that, do you?
Look, I'm asking if you had anything to do with the attempt to kill Dowd.
Why, Adam? Why are you asking me that?
Because he gave me this, his badge of office.
We'll give it back to him. It's his, not yours.
I can't do it. It's mine now. He deputized me to act in his place.
He did what?
Dave, I'm a deputy United States Marshal now.
Sure, and I'm Billy the Kid or Jackass Sam. Look at him. I'm the same man I was an hour ago. I'm Dave Walker. I'm your friend.
I know that, Dave.
Well, for a minute there, you had me worried. You started to sound almost like the Marshal himself. This badge is mine. I can't give it back. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, I guess it was.
Well, now that's settled, Adam. Well, what about these shackles?
Well, what about him?
Well, I want them off. Like you said, Adam, I'm not an animal. Why should I be chained like one? You did say that, didn't you, Adam?
Yes, I said it.
Well, then take them off. I don't like the idea any better than you do.
I think the Marshal would rather they stayed on.
The Marshal? Who cares about the Marshal? You've seen for yourself what kind of man he is.
Well, I found one of them.
Where are the others?
Which others you talking about, horses or men?
I mean Mike and Charlie.
Hey, what's the matter with you anyhow?
Nothing's the matter with me. Now, where's Mike and Charlie?
Well, if I know old Micah, he's probably fallen in a chug hole someplace. Don't worry, Adam. I'll find him.
You heard him, miss?
Yes, I heard him.
I thought he was my friend.
Oh, I think he is your friend.
Then why doesn't he do something about these shackles? It's up to him now, nobody else.
Perhaps he'll do it in the morning. Perhaps all he wants is wait until morning.
Why? Why would he want to wait until morning?
Oh, I don't know, David. I don't know.
You know something? You called me David.
Yes, I'm dreadfully sorry. I didn't mean...
Why not? It's my name, isn't it?
Yes, it's your name.
Sure it is. David. I like the way you say it. Say it again.
What?
My name. Go on, say it again.
David?
Yeah, David. Only you say it better. You say it better than I've ever heard it before in my life. You're not going anyplace. Sit down. better. Andrea. That's your name, isn't it?
Yes?
Andrea Strasser.
It isn't true what the marshal said, is it?
Of course not. You don't believe that, do you?
No, I don't believe that.
I'm innocent, Andrea. I swear I'm innocent.
I know. I know that.
Andrea?
Yes, David.
These chains. I can't stand to be in them any longer.
I know, but you'll have to wait until morning.
No. No, we don't have to wait until morning.
What can we do?
The marshal, he's got the keys. You can get them, and he won't be able to stop you.
But what about Mr. Cartwright?
Well, you heard him. He's pinned on that star. He's just like the marshal now.
Oh, I don't believe that.
All right, I should have known better. I guess a back fence stray like me doesn't have the right to ask people for help.
I'll help you, David. I'll do anything you ask.
You know, I was right. The way you say David, I've never heard a sound as beautiful as that in all my life.
He's asleep now. Fortunately, I had some pills in my case. Poor man, he must be in terrible pain.
Strange, isn't it, how one can feel sorry even for a man like him?
We are in a strange land, my child. Yet it isn't so strange. A man is a man, and unfortunately a doctor is also a doctor. And so he helps, whether he wants to or not.
Yes, Father, and so he helps.
Let's go back to bed.
How about the marshal?
Him? He won't move an eyelid until morning.
Then you go to bed, Father.
How about you?
I'm not very sleepy. I'll be in soon.
Good night, my child.
Good night, Father.
Andrea, I'll never be able to thank you enough.
David, you're free.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm free until the next time I run into Marshal Dowd.
David, what are you going to do?
I'm going to give the Marshal a taste of his own medicine.
Oh, no, David. No, you mustn't.
Mustn't I? I killed his wife, didn't I? You think you'll ever be able to forget that?
No!
Hold it right there, Dave.
You shoot me, Cartwright, you'll have to kill her first.
Is that the way it happened to the Marshal's wife? No, I'm not going to shoot you, Dave.
That's right, I forgot. The Marshal put all the guns in the strong box. You don't have anything, Cartwright.
You're wrong, Davy.
You still don't have nothing.
Out of the way, Cartwright!
Cartwright! That's enough. Hit him once more and I'll kill you.
What, you worried about him?
Yeah. He's got a trial to go to.
If we hadn't been along, you'd have killed him long before he ever got there.
Maybe. For almost a year now, I've lived for nothing else. But you just made me realize what I was turning into.
Get in.
Reckon you're going to be mighty happy to get aboard that ship, aren't you, ma'am?
I'm not certain I will, Horse.
After what you've been through?
You Americans have a way of making things happen so quickly. In Europe, it sometimes takes a generation to put things right.
Well, ma'am, I reckon you could sort of chalk it up to our weather.
Weather?
Yes'm. You see, we got so dang much weather out here and so that burn much land we got to whip that, well, we just ain't got time to be putting things straight with each other.
You're a born philosopher, Horse.
Me? What's she mean by that?
She means that if you was any smarter, you'd still be the second dumbest man in creation. And you're looking at the first.
It's a toss-up. Let's get going.
Charlie, get him out of my station before anything else happens.
Can I help you?
Yes, a couple of the own newspapers came into my hands in New Orleans. They mention a man called Ben Cartwright.
Aye?
Well, is he a rather large man physically, about my age? He has 2 sons.
3 of them.
3.
What do you want him for? I'm Joe Cartwright.
Your father and I have urgent business together. Where is he?
Well, he's out of town right now. What kind of business?
Out of town where?
At Silver City. At a reception they're giving in his honor.
Look at this. A whole newspaper story about him.
We're booming him for politics. Fine man that he is. He'll make a fine governor, so he will. Little Joe here is checking me on the facts of his life. Be in tomorrow's paper.
Nevada and Ben Cartwright, a great future together. Well, I don't know about Nevada, but Ben Cartwright has no future.
What do you mean by that?
When he gets back into town, tell him I'm at the hotel. Charles LeDuc.
I asked you a question.
Let go.
Now look here.
All right, now hold it, Cole. We'll smash Ben Cartwright just like we smashed the story of his life.
Hi, Jack.
Joe Cartwright, how are you? What can I do for you?
Listen, you got a fellow named Charles LeDuc registered here?
Yeah?
Oh, what room is he in?
You got nothing to do with that?
Yeah, maybe.
218.
All right, thanks.
Hey, Joe, that's good news, isn't it? I mean, about your father running for governor.
Yeah, it's just fine, Jack.
Yeah?
All right, where's that man of yours, the one that hit me?
I'm sorry about that, son. Why don't you come on in? Mr. Cole will be back shortly. Meanwhile, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell me who you are and what you want with my father.
Oh, I'd rather spare you that ugly story.
Oh, what ugly story?
You know, it's really remarkable, the resemblance you bear to your mother.
I'll just leave my mother out of this.
It's a little difficult, considering the fact that she and I were good friends.
Oh, you said you had an ugly story. Couldn't have been about my mother.
You're right. That story was about the man she married.
You're lying, mister.
Take it easy, boy.
You got something to say it.
All right. You take a message to your father. Tell him to stay out of politics because the plans I have for him are liable to interfere.
What kind of plans?
Inspector Charles LeDuc, New Orleans Police Department.
And you came all the way from New Orleans for my father, huh?
2,000 miles and 20 years.
Oh, well, I don't believe you, mister.
Go tell your father, see if he believes me.
I'm going to tell him. I'm going to tell him that I'll be back for your friend.
And in case you're curious, the charge is murder.
No, I know you're lying.
I must tell you, it's unusual in these parts for a man to be so graceful on the dance floor.
Well, I must tell you, I haven't danced in such a long time, but so lovely a partner would make any man graceful.
Your compliments are as smooth as your dancing. I'm sure you learned both arts during your stay in New Orleans.
Perhaps.
Bob. Alice.
Well, Adam. Louise, your father is a most generous host.
Well, it's not every day we can entertain the future governor. Adam's been telling me about his two brothers. It's a shame they can't be here tonight.
Well, the Ponderosa demands a great deal of work.
I know. And you're lucky to have 3 sons to do it.
Too bad we have to leave tonight. But Pa's got to get around the territory so that people can get better acquainted with him.
I think everyone in Nevada knows Ben Cartwright.
Folks, your attention, please. You all know about the fuss everyone's been kicking up about making Nevada a state. So it's time we started thinking about our first governor. Someone who'll fight with all his heart for the future of Nevada. My friends, I give you an able man, a charitable man, a humble man. I give you Ben Cartwright of the Ponderosa. Come on, Ben, say something.
Well, I'm deeply grateful. Well, I won't make a speech.
Oh, no.
In this country, we don't talk much about things. We get out and do them. The things I want, I believe you want also. A free country where we can raise our families in safety under God. Now, Nevada is not yet a state. But when that great day comes, if you still want me, I'll try to do everything I can to be of service.
Oh, wow. We'll want you. Your father's a wonderful man. He could make a splendid governor.
Well, meet the next governor.
Hey, hooray! There ain't nothing to celebrate yet. Not until Nevada becomes a state.
Technicalities, Pa, just technicalities.
Put away there.
Yes.
What's the matter with Joe?
Well, Paul, you've had a long ride. Won't you go on up and get in some fresh clothes? We'll have something to eat, and then we'll talk about it later.
Sounds good.
Pa?
What?
I don't think this can wait.
What?
There are a couple of strangers in town today. They came into the Territorial Enterprise. Made a few remarks about you I didn't like.
Well, I imagine there are quite a few people. Well, what kind of remarks?
Well, first I better tell you who they are. They say they're on the New Orleans police force. One of them's an inspector named LeDuc.
LeDuc? Charles LeDuc?
And you know him.
Is he at the hotel?
Yeah.
Saddle my horse. Ben Cartwright.
Wow. Come in, Cartwright. Come in. Been 20 years. You haven't changed much. You remember me?
Yes. I remember you.
I understand you're a big man in these parts. They're even thinking of putting you up for political office, governor, isn't it?
I have a lot of good friends.
A lot of friends and 3 fine sons. Well, I haven't been as fortunate as you have. Of course, a policeman doesn't have much chance to accumulate family, friends, or admiration.
Well, most people admire an honest man of the law.
Seems like you have everything and I have nothing. Of course, I've always been handicapped by this unfortunate infirmity.
I'm sorry.
Well, a bullet was responsible. Hurts. Every step. Yeah, see, the kneecap is shattered. Happened 20 years ago. I was on a murder case. The murder case of Simon LaRoche. You remember?
I remember.
You should, because you're going to hang for it.
Mr. LeDuc, that charge against me was dropped 20 years ago.
Was it?
Yes, it was. I offered to return to New Orleans a month after I left. My lawyer wrote, said it was unnecessary, since 3 witnesses had testified that I had shot LaRoche in self-defense.
Well, do you have any proof, any documentary evidence?
Well, no, I was to have received a letter from the New Orleans chief of police.
But you don't have that letter. You know, Cartwright, your lawyer gave you some very bad advice. You are a fugitive from justice. You are still wanted for the murder of Simon LaRoche.
Mr. LeDuc, that can't be.
No? Here's a warrant for your arrest. Go ahead, look at it. It's a true warrant. It's on the right paper, the right signatures, the right language. What more do you want?
The right motive. What's yours?
Do you remember a scuffle in the alley the night I came to arrest you?
We had a fight. I knocked you down.
You remember hearing a shot?
LeDuc, you were after me. You wanted to kill me. I wasn't armed. I ran.
Yes, you ran. I followed you. In the dark, I fell and the bullet entered my leg.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I didn't look back.
Well, you should have. Because it gave me a very special interest in your case. I started following you that night, crawling on my belly. And I'm going to continue to follow you until you hang.
I can't hold myself responsible for what happened to you that night.
You're going back to New Orleans with me and stand trial.
This warrant of yours is of no value out here, you know.
You know, if you're innocent, I think you'd be anxious to go back and clear your name.
My name is clear.
What do you think your name would be worth if people found out about your wife and Simon LaRoche, Governor Cartwright? Cartwright, before I'm through, you're gonna beg me to take you back to New Orleans. You don't believe that, do you? I swear it.
See you, Mr. Cartwright. That's Ben Cartwright. Gonna be first governor of Nevada when she becomes a state.
Hi, hello there, Ben.
Dennis?
And how are you now?
Well, to be perfectly frank, Dennis, not too well.
Aye, and I'll wager it's on account of them two, the two strangers.
Oh, you've seen them, have you?
Wasn't it right in front of me that little Joe was hit? 'Twas you they were looking for. And by the look of you, it was bad news they brought.
Dennis, I suppose you'll be reporting what happened in Silver City.
Aye, it's right here.
I'd like to put something in next to it.
Just one moment. Ready now.
To all of my friends in Nevada, my deepest appreciation for the way you've honored me. But for personal reasons, I hereby withdraw my name from consideration as a possible candidate for governor of the state of Nevada.
Here, take a look at that.
So he's withdrawn his name.
Uh-huh.
Seems like you've already begun to reach him.
Yes, sir. Things are beginning to fall right into line.
But for personal reasons, I hereby withdraw my name from consideration as a possible candidate for governor of the state of Nevada. But, Father, there was no reason to withdraw, not yet.
I didn't want to, Adam. Believe me, I didn't want to.
Why then, Paul?
Well, you just can't leave your friends out on a limb waiting to be sawed off.
Your friends would have stuck by you.
You mean they'd have been dragged down with me? On a political campaign, if there's just one weak spot, one breath of scandal, your opponents find it and use it to destroy you.
But, Paul, if you were clear of them charges...
If. It would take weeks to get word back from New Orleans. If I remained a political candidate all that time, my names would be dragged through every pigsty in the state.
Pa, you're not telling us everything. It's not like you to run out of New Orleans, not without the trial.
It's the only thing I've ever kept from you, isn't it?
It's one thing you can still keep if you want to.
No. It's been too long already. Truth is something that always comes back at you, doesn't it? Joe, I've told you a great deal about your mother. You never really knew her. She was a wonderful woman, beautiful, Slender, delicate, gentle. Treated Adam and Hoss like they were her own. She was like an angel to everyone that ever came into contact with her. And then this man, this LaRoche, Simon LaRoche, came into our lives. The man I killed.
Why'd you have to kill him?
Your mother came from a certain notorious section of New Orleans. A section the sailors called the Flats.
Well, what difference does it make where she came from?
No difference, not to me. But to a man like LaRoche, it presented an opportunity to cash in on her past by threatening to destroy her reputation.
Threatening her with what?
He blackmailed her to keep her past a secret.
To keep what secret?
Joe, I...
What secret?
Joseph, I don't...
To keep what secret?
What your mother did or did not do before I met her is of no importance. I loved her, and I married her. And she was a wonderful person. But your mother was afraid of scandal. Not for her sake, but for mine, for Hoss's and Adams. So she paid LaRoche. She paid him. Until I found out about it. I went to see him. We talked, got into an argument, a fight. He pulled a knife and I killed him. In self-defense, but I killed him. I felt I couldn't stand trial because then everything that your mother wanted to forget would have come out.
So it comes out now, 20 years later.
Yes. That's why I feel that maybe if I go to New Orleans, I can put a stop to it.
There's another way.
Joseph.
Paul, let me go.
Not the mood you're in. Now remember, the Duke is doing his duty. I want you to promise me that you will do no harm to him of any nature.
I want to go out for a while.
I'll go with you, little Joe.
I'd rather go by myself.
Joe?
I promise.
Well, hello there, cutie. Hey, what's your name?
Dixie?
Oh, that's a pretty name. Say, how'd you like to come over to the hotel tonight and have supper with me?
Oh, that would be nice.
Is that all right with you, Inspector?
Go right ahead.
You look like you could be fun, Mr.
His name is Charles.
Charlie, huh? Charlie, bet you I could get you out of that lonesome mood.
I like being alone. I have a lot to think of.
Think? You're wasting time. Mister, it's against the law to be alone in Virginia City. I think I could like you.
Child, if you got to know me, you'd hate me.
Hey, why is he so hard to get to?
He's got his reasons.
With that leg and all, I feel kind of sorry for him.
Here, have it, Jimmy.
What about your friend?
Friend? He's not my friend, he's my boss.
It's my job to look after him.
LeDuc! LeDuc, I want to talk to you.
I don't have anything to say to you.
I said I want to talk to you, LeDuc.
And I told you I don't have anything to say to you.
And Pa told us the whole story.
When you say the whole story, I figure you mean the part about your mother, too.
I'm warning you, keep my mother's name out of your filthy mouth.
You know, you and I ought to be on the same side. You just get your father to take that little trip with me, and your mother stays an angel.
You know, I gave Pa my word I wouldn't kill you. But if you drag my mother's name through the dirt, so help me, I will.
You'll have to kill me first.
Oh, maybe that'll be the best part.
He's dead.
It was self-defense.
Not the way I saw it.
Well, you saw what happened.
You just got through doing me the greatest favor of my life. Because now I can tell my story under oath in a courtroom where everybody can hear the whole story about your mother. You just give me the chance. The trial will be about her, not about you.
Well, you're not going to get that chance.
What happened? Go on, get the sheriff. Young Cartwright just shot this man down in cold blood.
Sheriff, evening. Anything wrong?
I'm afraid so, Ben. We're looking for Little Joe.
Little Joe?
You ain't gonna like this. He shot a fellow in Virginia City. Killed him.
Oh, no, Sheriff.
No question about it, Ben. Where is he?
Who was it he was supposed to have shot?
One of them fellows from New Orleans, named Cole.
Oh.
This Inspector LeDuc, he witnessed it. He said Little Joe just up and did it in cold blood.
Oh, Sheriff Brady, you know Little Joe better than that.
All I know is he shot a man and run away. And we gotta find him.
Sheriff, now I know Joe will be coming home. Let us bring him into town to you.
All right, Ben. Your word's good enough for me. Come on.
I was hoping I'd find you here.
I thought you'd come. I wanted to say goodbye.
Son, you're not going anywhere.
I got no choice.
Well, there's always a choice. Here it's the choice between running away or facing up to what's happened. What did happen in town?
Well, I went to see LeDuc.
In spite of what you promised?
I promised I wouldn't harm him. I didn't say I wouldn't see him. While I was talking to him, Cole came in. We got into a fight. He drew his gun and I killed him.
Trouble is, the sheriff's wondering why you ran away.
I had a lot of choice with Inspector LeDuc, the only witness.
Well, it's your word against his. People of Virginia City know you, and I know they trust you.
Pa, that's not the point.
Well, what is the point?
LeDuc told me what he'd do at the trial. He said he'd get up in front of that whole town and tell all those dirty lies about my mother.
You were running away to protect your mother's name? Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
begged me to stand trial in New Orleans, no matter what the consequences to her.
Well, I can't do that.
I made a mistake, Joe. I can't let you make the same mistake. You come home with me now, and tomorrow morning we'll ride into town together. Son, you've always trusted me. And running away will ruin your life. And it won't help her. Come home. I'm asking you. Brought to your prisoner.
Thanks, Ben. What have you got to say?
Shot him in self-defense.
Cole's gun was in his holster.
It's impossible. He drew first.
It was there. Why'd you run away?
Maybe he figured he'd be framed, like what's happening now.
You know better than that, Adam. You'll get a fair trial. God lock you up, son.
You boys wait here. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I saw you riding into town with your son. If you've come to plead for him, you're wasting your time.
Leduc, you didn't come to Virginia City for my son. You came for me.
I do rather admire you for bringing him in. It shows a certain respect for the law.
Respect? My son tells me you saw the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
He also tells me you can clear him.
Every criminal claims he's innocent.
Don't call my son a criminal. And let's stop beating around the bush. You came to Virginia City to close the LaRoche murder case. Well, I'm going to give you a chance to do just that.
Are you offering me a deal?
I'm offering you a deal. Now, you clear my boy. And I'll go back to New Orleans with you.
Well... Well, I don't know, though. You're asking me to perjure myself. I'm an officer of the law. The truth isn't open to whim. But, now suppose I do make this compromise. Would you return with me unarmed?
Yes.
And alone? Just you and me, on horse?
Yes, I would.
And would you give me your promise, your word, that you'd make no attempt to escape?
I'd give you my word.
How long would it take you to get the horses and provisions ready?
An hour?
Make it an hour and a half. I'll have time to get outfitted. I'll meet you at the jail and clear your son. We'll leave directly from there. And Cartwright, you should feel relieved. Every criminal always is who finally surrenders himself to justice.
Pa, who's coming?
Inspector Leduc. He's agreed to tell the truth about the shooting.
Tell the truth? Why?
I'm going back to New Orleans with him. Now, I'll be back. I'll be back soon.
Sheriff?
Inspector, Ben says you got something you want to tell me.
Yes, about the death of my associate, Mr. Tom Cole.
Step over the desk, please.
You see, I was rather dazed by what happened. And so I rather confused the facts.
Unconfuse them.
Well, as I recall now, Cole was drunk. He drew first. Joe Cartwright fired in self-defense.
What about the gun in Cole's holster?
He put it there himself before he died, sort of a reflex.
Mister, you really was confused, wasn't you?
Maybe the strange climate. I rarely bungle the facts like this in New Orleans.
Mister, from now on, stay in New Orleans. We need you around here like we need the plague. You belong in that cell instead of little Joe.
Sure, if everybody makes mistakes. Ask Ben Cartwright.
All I want to ask Ben is, will he accept my apologies?
Thank you, Sheriff. Don't let little Joe out of his cell until I'm well away.
Why not? Where are you going?
Just do me the favor. See you when I get back. Well, little Joe will be out pretty soon now.
Boy, I know you told us not to, but how come me and Adam can't ride out about 10 miles and intercept you? If a couple of outlaws rode up on you, it wouldn't be your fault, would it?
Forget it, Hoss.
Well, at least we can ride along with you. You can't object to that.
Oh, he does object. I said I'd go alone.
Well, now, why is that so important? What's his motive?
I don't know. Anyway, I gave my word.
I'm waiting.
Adam.
I'll get you pack horse, Paul.
You're not a bad cook. You know, reminds me something happened recently. There was a case where a condemned man wanted to cook his own last meal. And then he didn't have time to eat it. So I did. You know, it was very good.
I'm sure it was. Leduc, why did you wait 20 years to come after me?
I'm an officer of the law. I'm subject to the orders of my superiors.
I just can't believe that your superiors suddenly decided after 20 years that I should be brought back.
Well, I made that decision myself, because I had to become an inspector before I could do so. The fact that it took 20 years is your fault, not mine.
My fault?
Yes, I've already told you. A man with a physical handicap doesn't rise fast in police work.
I told you before, I don't hold myself responsible for that accident. It was an accident. It happened in the line of duty. Now, when you became a police officer, you must have figured that you'd have to take certain risks.
Well, strangely enough, I used to use those same arguments with myself. I knew that my hatred of you might become an obsession. I wanted to control it.
I wish you'd been successful.
Oh, I was for a while. But then as I watched inferior men being promoted over my head, I began to wonder whether I wasn't being too charitable in my thoughts about you.
Is that when you started to think about vengeance instead of justice?
Well, didn't I have it coming to me after all the misery you've caused me?
I don't believe that any man is justified in using a badge to satisfy his personal hatreds.
You're so cold-blooded in your thinking, Cartwright.
No, I've hated men in my time. But I've been able to control myself and not allow that hatred to influence my life.
Oh, why not? You're a rich man. You have sons. You've loved women and been loved by them.
Oh, that smashed knee of yours, huh? It's really been of help to you, hasn't it?
What do you mean?
The way you use it to lean on like a crutch to explain away your personal little failures in your police work with women and your relations with other people.
Stop it.
Well, face it. It's not your knee, it's you.
You stop it or I'll shoot you now.
Now. That's true, isn't it? You never intended to take me all the way back to New Orleans, did you?
You got it all figured out, haven't you?
How was it to happen? I was to be killed while trying to escape, is that it?
You'd like me to say yes, wouldn't you? So you'd be free to break your word.
No? I don't intend to break my word. I don't intend to try to escape. Because I'm going to get all the way to New Orleans.
Just in case you have any idea of killing me first.
No. I don't want to kill you.
Good night.
I'm not going to sleep tonight, Ben Cartwright. I'm not going to sleep any night while you're alive.
That looks like a warm one today.
What are you waiting for? Mount up! Get away from me! You heard me! Get away from me, Cartwright! I think I'll put a bullet through your leg, so you'll know how it feels. All right, get over.
Do you have another gun?
This'll do it. They've had enough.
What's that? Ichuo!
They weren't after scalps. They were after horses.
How far is the nearest settlement?
Well, there's a way station up ahead.
How far?
About 20 miles.
20 miles.
Over those hills. Without horses. And without water.
Come on. Stay ahead of me. Let's rest a while.
You gotta keep moving. His son will kill you.
I can't walk anymore.
You gotta get to water.
Stay away. I don't need your help.
Well, let me help you now.
I said stay away.
Go ahead. Pull the trigger. I'm waiting 20 years for this.
Let me get him some water.
Easy, easy. That's enough.
You brought me in? Why didn't you leave me out there to die?
Couldn't let you die out there.
Why not? We'd have both been better off.
When's the next stage leave for the East?
It's due in sometime tonight.
Where are we going?
New Orleans.
There's nothing in New Orleans for you.
You have a warrant for my arrest, don't you?
You were right. I intended to kill you before we ever got there. But you can't kill without hate, and now the hate is gone. Sort of a relief.
This warrant was never any good, was it?
You were cleared 20 years ago by everybody except me. That letter the judge sent you, I intercepted it. Why didn't you leave me out there to die?
Can you rustle up some food for a couple of hungry men?
Him too?
come in here together, didn't we?
You betcha, mister. Just give me a couple of minutes.
Well, let's wash up.
Give me a hand.
Take this bunch on in. I'll look over that hill over there, see if I can find any more.
You be along after that?
Well, if I don't find any, I'm liable to be sitting by the fire by the time you get those in the corral. Take it easy.
Right.
You'll never get that thing off. Why don't you quit?
We can try, can't we? Much good as it'll do. Tyler, he's slowing us down. Telling you, Bolton's picked up our tracks by now.
You ain't gonna leave me, Sutton.
We're not leaving you. If you hadn't killed that guard, Bolton wouldn't have found out about us for another day.
I never meant to kill him. I was just paying him back for something he done to me. Over to this friend's place where you're taking us. Maybe he'll have a chisel or something.
Sure. We'll just walk in and tell her you always go around wearing chains.
A girl?
I always knew you were good for something, brother, but I never figured to be making houses out of cards.
I ain't got but 3 more cards left. I'm gonna make it this time for sure.
Gee, I'm proud of you, brother.
Yeah, you have to breathe so dadgum hard when you're talking. You don't blow out on the house of cards here.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, when I mean I'm proud of you, I mean I'm really proud of you. Ooh.
Dadgummit, little Joe!
Well, hiya, Fly. How are you?
Oh, it's nippy out there.
Yeah.
Oh, did you collect them strays?
Huh? Yeah. I got a couple of them, and I checked them right off on the tote sheet.
Good. Alan get back too?
No, but he said he'd be right along.
Good.
Sit down, Pa. Glad to see you.
Huh?
You boys are riding the line out by the oats ranch, weren't you, little Joe? Maybe Adam just decided to go by and pay Miss Netta a visit, Paul.
You know, I wish one of you boys had sparked to Miss Netta. She's a fine girl. She's a handsome one, too.
Hey, Paul. What about little Joe? Don't you think he'd make a nice husband for Miss Netta? Yeah, you could arrange it, too, couldn't you, Paul?
That's not a bad idea.
Hey, look, you're kidding. I don't want to get married, Pa.
Well, she's a pretty girl, isn't she?
Well, yeah, but...
She's pretty, ain't she?
Pa, I think she's one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen.
Of course she is.
And she's got the makings of one of the finest little horse ranches in this country, ain't she, Paul?
She certainly has.
It's all paid for and clear, little Joe.
Yeah, well, I don't care. I just don't feel like getting married. Well, not for a couple of days, anyway.
You know, Hoss, I think he's going to change his mind.
I'm sure he will, Paul. And when he does, we're going to all be real proud of him.
Yeah, it must be Adam.
Sounds like more than one to me, Paul. Detail, halt!
Soldiers. Oh, that's strange.
Mr. Cartwright?
Yes, that's right.
Detail, dismount. Stand to your horses. Captain James Bolton, Provisional Barracks, Fort Dayton.
Well, Captain. Oh, please, come in. These are my sons, Hoss and Little Joe.
How are you, Captain?
Well, Captain, I suppose you must have your hands pretty full these days, what with the Indian uprisings and all. Oh, please, sit down.
Fort Dayton is a casuals post.
What's that?
Place for troops deemed not fit for line duty.
Well, the least we could do is get your men some coffee. It's pretty cold out there today. Hoss, see that Hobson get some coffee out to the men. Yes, sir.
Hold that. My men are on duty.
Well, I ain't on duty, Captain. You want some coffee?
No. I'm trailing 3 deserters that escaped from my stockade.
Well, Captain, do you think they headed up this way?
The trail led to your land.
Well, as I was riding fence all morning, I didn't see anything. How about you, Hoss?
Nope.
No sign of tracks, campfire, trampled down brush?
I didn't see anything.
Well, that's odd.
Well, Captain, I don't see why that should be so odd. We have a pretty big piece of land here. 3 men could very easily lose themselves on it.
Perhaps. Who else is in the house with you now?
Singh, our cook. Our captain. Now, surely you don't think that those 3 men are hiding in this house?
It's not within my province to think one way or the other, Mr. Cartwright.
Then let me set you straight, Captain. Those men are not here.
Then you'll have no objection to my men searching the area.
Captain! I just told you. Those men are not in this house.
Let me state the situation very precisely for you, Mr. Cartwright. We know that those 3 men came to this general area. It is also quite obvious they cannot evade detection without some outside help. Now, anyone aiding them in any way will be charged with and tried for obstructing military justice.
Hoss, will you be good enough to show the captain out?
You betcha, Paul.
Captain, we've got a man out here, Captain.
Hit my son, let him go. Let him go.
Release him.
Adam, what happened?
I don't know, Pa. Just west of where me and Joe split up, I heard this noise, turned around, somebody jumped me.
Did you see their faces?
Well, let's get him into the house. Joe, get the liniment.
Okay, boss.
Well, it's not as bad as I thought at first.
The men that assaulted you, could you tell if there were 3 of them?
I know there were at least 2 of them. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I heard them talking about whether they kill me or not. There could have been a 3rd. Take it easy, Pa.
Paul, it looks to me like it's right now time for some settling up to be done.
Well, we'll do the settling up.
Move over. Now, Hoss, I want you to bandage Adam up.
Get him up to bed.
Well, Paul, I kind of figured on riding with you.
Well, little Joe knows exactly where Adam and he were rounding up those strays. Now, here.
Anytime you say, Pa.
Yeah.
These are the men I'm after. They belong to me.
I think there's something we better straighten out, Captain. This is my land you're on, and that's my son who's been ambushed. Now, if you want to ride along, fine. But you ride where I say, and you ride behind me. Otherwise, take your men and get out the Ponderosa.
And if they are the men I'm after?
Joseph?
Let's take a breather.
Sutton, are you sure you know where you're taking us?
If you want to strike out on your own, go ahead. I'm not stopping you, am I? The ranch is over that way, I think. Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Well, how do you know they're going to take us in?
I told you I worked there when I was drifting west a couple of years back. Yeah, I'd have stayed on, maybe, except the old man running it booted me off because his daughter took to me. I always promised Netta I'd be coming back for. Just a little sooner than I figured, that's all.
Oh! 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 Ain't nothing to hear us but hoot owls and crawlies. I don't like it neither.
You ain't ever known anything better.
Cut it out, both of you. That's an order.
That's an order.
You hear him, Mertz? Only you ain't an officer no more, Tyler, so maybe you ought to forget about issuing orders. No, I still don't figure you out. Mertz here was facing the gallows. Me, I still had 5 years left to serve. Hey, this cave, it's a pretty good place to hole up. And you had about 6 months to do, and you'd have been free. So why risk your neck breaking out?
My reasons don't concern you.
Maybe. Maybe not. Look, you two hole up here. I'll go see if it's clear at the girl's place.
I'll just go with you if you don't mind.
All right, but not him. That'll scare off. She sees him parading up in them chains.
You gonna leave me?
Yeah, he's right. You lie low here till we get some other clothes and something to pry those chains off with.
You coming back for sure? You give me your Bible word?
You have my word.
If you're coming, let's get moving.
There's no sign of them up there, Pa. They must have headed off in that direction.
Yeah, probably kept to the creek bed, the other side. Turning dry now, but the bank should still be soft enough to leave prints.
Yeah. Somebody came through here, Pa. Not too long ago.
Hold it. Here they are again. Search any spot that's big enough to hide any of them. If that's all right with you, Mr. Cartwright. Your gun, Captain. All right, now. Where are those other 2 men that were with you? I charge and hereby arrest this man for known and specific crimes against the Articles of War. Captain, he's a military prisoner now. I'll get your answers for you. Corporal, take the prisoner in charge.
Yes, well, you better get those answers, Captain.
All right, Mertz. Where are the other 2? You put a blotch on my record, Mertz, and I intend to erase it. Where are they?
I don't know. We split off. That's the truth, mister. I swear it.
Just get the answers, Captain.
Maybe you're right. If he knew what the others were, he'd be pouring it out. Because he's scum. And scum always breaks. Isn't that right, Mertz? Or have you forgotten what it's like in the hot box?
Someday somebody's gonna get you, butcher.
Well, it won't be you, Mertz. I can assure you of that.
No. No! 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 I'd rather die than go into that hot bath! No! No!
The prisoner was attempting to escape. You're a witness to that.
I'm also a witness to the fact that you deliberately tried to murder him. Bolton, I'm going to see to it that my good friend Colonel Metcalf at Fort Dayton gets to know exactly what kind of officer he has in his command.
Nice ranch.
Yeah. Where do you see the gal who lives on it?
We better get cleaned up. First, scared of death walking this way.
Scare? I guess you didn't listen good when I told you about her. We were real friendly, Netta and me. It ain't her I'm worried about. It's her pa. Stable's over here.
Don't close the door so we can hear if anyone's coming. Hey, there's what we want. Here, put this on. Help you look human again.
Good-looking colt. His mother must have died. He needs care.
This is a fine time to be fussing over horses.
I sometimes prefer them to people.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Just a thought.
I'd sure like to see Butcher Bolton's face right now. He's probably chasing us halfway across the Sierra.
I doubt it. Bolton's a sadist, but he was one of the best Indian trackers in the Army.
Well, we're not Indians. Besides, after we hole up here for a couple of days, they'll probably quit looking for us.
Not Bolton.
All right, not Bolton maybe, but the brass. They'll figure it's not worth the effort. You're an officer. You know how they think.
I was an officer. About this girl of yours. You've been gone for 2 years. How do you know she hasn't married or something?
I know. I'd like to make a little bet on it.
You already have. Your life.
Yours too. And don't you ever forget it. I told you I'd be coming back.
I thought you'd forgotten me.
Netta, you think I could ever forget you? Oh, Tyler, come here. This is my partner. I've been telling him all about you. Now he can see everything I said was true. Tyler, ain't she a beauty?
Sutton, you never even got close. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss. Tyler's my name. Paul Tyler.
Miss? Her name's Netta. Call her Netta.
How do you do?
Are you in the Army with Jimmy?
No, not exactly.
Well, you see, Netta, I left the Army some time back. Tyler and me been doing a little prospecting.
Well, why didn't you just come right on up to the house? What are you doing out here?
Oh, we were covered with trail dirt. We wanted to wash up a bit before we barged in on you.
Now, was that fair? You get all prettied up and... Well, just look at me.
Oh, honey, you're wonderful. Just beautiful.
I'm going to take a walk outside.
Wait a minute, Tyler. Your pa's up in the house, I guess, huh?
Oh, Jimmy, Pa died over a year ago.
Oh, that's a real shame. I'm sure sorry, honey. Who's taking care of the place?
Oh, I've a hired hand, Charlie. He's in town for a week.
That's awful, you're being alone like this, honey. Oh, it sure is good to see you again.
Why didn't you write to me?
Oh, I couldn't. I was moving around a lot. You know how it is.
Yes, I know how it is, but do you? Oh, Jimmy, after a while, I gave up hoping, and then I just stopped dreaming.
I didn't stop. That's the only thing that kept me going. Netta, I'm going to make up all that lost time to you.
Jimmy, I don't think you can. I just don't think you can.
Let me try.
Ben, I've known you for a long time. But I can't accept these charges you make against Captain Bolton, not without proof.
Well, what more proof do you want?
Well, at the moment, it's your word against his.
That's right. Well, what did he tell you? That Mertz was trying to escape?
That's what he says in his report.
Well, have you spoken to Mertz? Have you heard his side of the story?
I would have done so, of course. Unfortunately, Private Mertz is dead.
Dead?
He attacked a guard in the stockade last night. During the ensuing struggle, he was killed.
And you believe that? You really believe that? Colonel, how many men have died in Captain Bolton's stockade?
Captain Bolton is an officer with a distinguished record, Ben. Commended several times for bravery in action. Perhaps you noticed his hand. He was captured and tortured by the Sioux.
The Sioux are savages. Captain Bolton, I presume, was a civilized, responsible person.
Come in.
Adams, yo, Boyd, right?
The colonel sent for me.
You know Mr. Cartwright?
Yes, sir, I do.
Captain Bolton, Mr. Cartwright has made certain charges against you. I thought you should be here to defend yourself.
I'm aware of Mr. Cartwright's charges. I'm sure the colonel knows my behavior has been and always will be strictly according to Army regulations.
Colonel, I've never heard of any Army regulations that cover the killing of prisoners.
Mr. Cartwright, maybe you don't know whom you're defending. Private Mertz killed a fellow soldier in a brawl over a card game. As for Sutton, he attempted an armed robbery of an Army payroll.
Ben, this is a casuals post. I don't know whether you realize that it's made up of outcasts and misfits.
They're still men. And as such, they're entitled to certain minimum standards of treatment.
Ben, I respect your opinion and your judgment, but this is the Army, and I have to stand behind Captain Bolton.
Yes. Yes. I understand. Good day, Colonel.
Good day, Ben.
Thank you, sir.
Captain, I chose my words carefully in front of Mr. Cartwright. But your conduct has been brought into question. If there's the slightest indication of any transgression of regulations on your part, I'll see that you're investigated. And if the facts so warrant, court-martialed. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
That's all.
With the colonel's permission, I beg leave to return to the Ponderosa with a detail of men.
Well, that's private land. We can't search it without permission of the owner. Or an order from a civilian court.
I have already obtained the required court order from the Federal District Court of this territory.
Request granted. But if I were you, Captain, I'd remember that warning I gave you. I'd remember it very carefully.
Sir.
That was great, honey. Nothing like a good meal to make a man feel like he belongs.
Thank you. Well, you haven't touched your food.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I've spent too much time eating army chow.
Army chow?
Well, he was in the Army, too, before we started prospecting. Who's that?
Well, I don't know who it could be at this hour.
Netta, honey, would you do me a big favor? Don't say anything about Tyler and me being here.
Well, why not?
Well, we just hit a big silver strike, maybe, and it's best nobody knows about it. Not yet. You understand.
Well, good morning, Hoss.
Morning, ma'am. You sure do look nice in your new dress and all.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I don't want to worry you none, but Paul thought you ought to know about it. There's some Army prisoners loose.
Army prisoners?
Yes, there was 3 of them, but they ain't 2 now. One of them's already been caught.
Oh. Well, thank you very much, Hoss.
Ma'am, everything's all right here, ain't it? I mean, there ain't been nobody around here.
No. I'd ask in for coffee, but my stove, it's not working right.
Well, ma'am, I'll be happy to
No,
fix it.
Hoss. It's not broken. It's just hard to handle. Thank you very much, Hoss.
Ma'am, you right sure everything's all right?
Yes, Hoss.
Morning.
Is he going? You can never be sure about people, honey. We heard about them Army prisoners, too. It might have been one of them.
Might have been. Just exactly where have you been prospecting?
Well, up north a piece. Ain't that right, Tyler?
Sudden. Yeah, I guess it is if you say so.
Sure it's right. What's got into you?
Jimmy? Is it you they're looking for? Is it? I guess it is.
But I was framed. Honey, you know me. I was wild, but I never did anything dishonest. And I tried to serve out my time. But you don't know what that stockade was like. Beatings, starvation. There was a captain got his fun by kicking us around. You know what happened to him? He was in a sweatbox for 3 weeks. When they brought him out, he was almost dead. Tell her!
Yeah, that part's true.
Why didn't you tell me all this last night?
I was going to. I was afraid.
Of me? You were afraid of me?
That's what Captain Bolton does to you. It makes you feel like an animal all the time, and you're scared. If you love me, if you love me, you help us.
What can I do?
Hide us out.
Oh, Sutton. Why do you have to drag her into this? Why don't we just get out while we can?
To where? They got Mertz. That means Bolton thinks we're heading out of here. We're going to stay here. It's our only chance.
Yes, you can stay here. Both of you. I want you to.
I knew I could count on you.
Thank you, Miss Nutter.
I don't know, Paul. She seemed all right. It was just that she was kind of nervous like or something.
You mean by her not letting you in the place?
Well, that and it was just a feeling I got. I don't know how to explain it. If I didn't know Miss Netta better, I'd think she was trying to get rid of me or something.
Well, if things didn't seem right, why don't you have a good look around the place?
I kicked myself all the way home for not doing just that, little brother.
I think we'd all better take a good look around that place.
Suits me fine. I'm getting tired of being an invalid.
Adam, I'd rather you stayed home.
Oh, Pa.
Now, what, with Captain Bolton and those deserters still in the area? Can't leave the house unguarded.
All right, I'll hold the fort.
The coat will be needing this.
You and that Tyler, you sure do a lot of worrying about that colt. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Scout around the area. Hey, that's Army talk. I guess it rubs off on you whether you like it or not.
Brought him some milk.
He needs it. Is it warm?
I think it's just right.
Come on, little fella. Drink some milk. Drink it. Poor substitute for your mama, huh?
Where did you learn all about horses?
I grew up with them. My father used to breed trotters back in Maryland.
Well, you don't see many of those out this way. I love to watch them, the way they move.
You ought to see them being trained. Oh, they fight you, make it tough, but once you have their trust, you can depend on them. I wish you could say as much for people.
You've been hurt pretty bad, haven't you?
Oh, there's something a little funny about this. I don't believe she left here without locking up, do you?
I don't know. You fellas take a look out back. I'm going to look in the stable.
Right, Pop.
You know, I get a funny feeling about you. Like you don't care whether you get away or not.
Oh, you're wrong, Netta. That's something I care about very much. Bolton's never gonna get me back again.
Did they do that to you? Oh, that's terrible. That's just terrible.
I'm sorry you had to see that.
Oh, I'm not.
Netta. Netta, don't worry about me. I'm not worth it.
I haven't known you very long, but I think you are.
Oh, put it down, son.
Ben, please.
I'm sorry, Netta. I mean it, my son. Put it down. Come on, put it down.
And you drop that gun. Now, mister. I got the drop and I ain't gonna miss from here.
Oh, this has been Cartwright, don't you?
Get out of the way, Netta. Great work, pal.
What's great about it? I might have killed him.
Will he be all right?
I hope so. I hit him hard. Too hard.
Ben Cartwright, huh? The way he was talking. He knows who we are, doesn't he?
I'm afraid he does.
Nothing to be afraid of. His hard luck, not ours. Netta, get away from him.
No!
Get away from him. It's him or us! Put it down, son. You decided to start giving orders again, Lieutenant?
I have no choice. You try killing him and you're dead.
But what's got into you? You wishing to have Bolton beat you to death? All right. All right. But we gotta get out of here before he comes too.
Where are you gonna go? Do you have another friend?
right, stay here.
What's the matter, Sutton? You forget something?
Etta, I can't leave you. Not with all the plans made for us. You and me, honey, we're gonna make a great pair.
Are we, Jimmy?
Drop 'em, boys. Drop 'em.
Right, get up.
Move.
Come on, get over there.
You all right, Paul?
Yeah, I guess so. That was quite a wallop, young man. What are you after?
Give us a break. You can help us get out of the territory, but give us a break, that's all. Mister, you turn us back there and they're gonna kill us.
Yes, I saw the scars they got in the stockade. Please, Ben, can't you help them?
That it's an army matter. It's out of my hands.
Well, what if one of them was your son, Hoss, or little Joe? Please, you gotta help them.
Well, if they were my sons, I think I'd ask them to give themselves up.
To the mercies of a Captain Bolton?
Give me your name tags.
What do you want them for?
So I can convince the colonel that I've really seen you and that you are ready to give yourselves up.
To Captain Bolton?
I'll speak to the colonel. I'm sure he'll be as fair as he possibly can be.
You ain't gonna do it, mister.
Do we have any choice? One thing, Mr. Cartwright. If Bolton comes for us, no matter what it takes, I'm not going back.
Take care of them.
Dismount. I'm taking you into custody.
On what grounds, Captain?
For aiding and abetting the escape of an Army prisoner. Search him.
Yes, sir.
You're stepping over that line, Bolton.
I'll be the judge of that. Where are they? Which direction was he coming from?
From the west, sir.
Take your men in that direction and bring him along.
Yes, sir.
Lead out.
He's gonna make it. It's funny what a thin line separates things. Yesterday, I wouldn't have given him much of a chance.
Sometimes it can be the same way with a man. Yesterday, I might not have thought you were worth saving.
Well, what makes you think I am now?
Well, you saved Ben Cartwright's life.
You know, we're going to be here for quite a while. Why don't you set yourself somewhere?
I'm just stretching my legs.
Well, I think you got all the kinks out. Sit down.
All right, friend. Don't get angry.
You think quite a bit of that coal, don't you?
Why not? He needed my help, and in a way, I needed him.
Mr. Tyler, you don't have to answer this unless you want to. What'd you do that got you into all this trouble?
I was convicted of cowardice. Oh, don't look so surprised. It's true. The actual charge read dereliction of duty, refusal to obey a command, and cowardice in battle. It was in the border campaign against the Apaches. My first command. The regiment was pinned down, and I was ordered to take my platoon and make a flank attack in the open. 27 men against 400 Apaches. I refused. Maybe it was because I was afraid. All I know is that I couldn't bring myself to lead 27 men to their deaths.
How come they want you to do that in the first place?
That's the terrible part. I didn't know at the time that it was meant to be a diversionary attack. The real attack was coming from the other flank. Well, they were thrown back and half the regiment wiped out. Maybe my life and the lives of my men could have made the difference. But now I'll never know.
It wasn't cowardice, Paul. How could you obey an idiotic order and commit suicide with all your men?
You're wrong, Miss Netta. It wasn't an idiotic order. The Army generally knows what it's done.
Well, what were they doing when they put scars on him?
Ma'am, you can't judge the whole Army by a man like Captain Bolton.
But, friend, that's the man we gotta go back to.
Pa told you he'd take care of that, didn't he?
Look, your pa's a good man, and maybe he's got good intentions, but he's never come up against anyone like Bolton before. I tell you, he's gonna kill us.
Oh, no, he ain't.
Look, there's only one way to beat this. And that's if you fix it so we don't have to go back.
Mister, we can't do that.
Can't you? This morning when I scouted the train, I left a buggy and a couple of horses up in the gully. All you have to do is turn your back for a couple of seconds and me and Tyler and the girl will disappear.
Save your breath.
Look, you think a lot of Netta, don't you? Don't you want her to be happy? Well, all right. What do you think she's going to feel like when she's watching them taking me away to be killed? She's been waiting for me all these years. Tell him, Netta. Tell him to let us go.
I can't, Jimmy. I just can't.
But why not? Hey. What's been going on in this stable besides taking care of sick colts? Okay, hold it! You take one step my way and I'll put a bullet in him.
You do that, mister, and all the bullets in that gun ain't gonna keep me from squeezing the life out of you.
Don't you worry none, friend. I'll do it. I got nothing to lose now. Throw your gun on the floor. Come on. The other one. All right, you. Over there with him. Move! So long, Lieutenant. You had your chance. And you're gonna have what's left of him after Captain Bolton gets through with him.
Corporal, you're a witness. He was armed and dangerous. You too, Mr. Cartwright.
Let's tell him that Paul's going to give himself up and that he doesn't have a gun.
I'll tell him, Miss Nettie, but Captain Bolton ain't gonna wait long.
Well, just give us a minute.
Yes, sir. Come on, little Joe.
Come on.
Where are you going?
The back door. We can still make it to the gully.
Oh, Netta. Bolton would shoot you down just as fast as he would me.
I don't care. I don't want him to kill you.
No, honey, I can't risk your life.
Paul, I love you.
Me? You love me?
Yes. Oh, yes. I want to be with you.
Then I can't run. I can't run.
You ain't got a gun, Captain.
Get out of the way. Corporal, this is Army business. I'm taking that prisoner.
Don't forget he hasn't got a gun.
Take them aside, Corporal. Tyler!
All right, Captain.
Drop your gun, Tyler. I said drop your gun. All right! Cartwright, you're gonna be sorry you interfered with the Army.
He's dead. You better get started back to the fort, Corporal. We'll bring the captain in.
Tyler?
How long?
I don't know.
Well, I'll be here.
Let's go, Corporal.
Keeler, put the horses away. Harry, Bragg, take a look around town. Anything going on, I want to know about it.
Well, now. Ain't that a beautiful sight, huh?
Sally? Are you satisfied now, Sally?
Howdy,
Mr. Baxter, I've been looking for you.
For petition?
Yeah.
Not many names.
I'll get more. I got to.
Hold it, Keeler.
What for?
This one's tight enough.
Come here, Giles. The old man's a 200-pounder. Yeah. A little... About 3 feet shoot him. It's good. All right. Come here. The old boy's lighter and wiry. You need about 4.5 feet, which is exactly about what we got. Yeah. Oh, I never did like these night hangings. Ain't like in the morning when it's cheerful. Well, guess don't matter none to Ben and Adam Cartwright.
To go.
No guns in sight. It's good.
If my boys weren't supposed to bring guns into town, they won't.
Morning, Joe. Boss?
How are you, sir? Bill?
Okay, go ahead.
Joe?
Hi, Pa.
Boss?
Paul? We found him, Paul. Dead.
How'd he die?
We found him about 100 miles north of here. Looked like he'd fallen off of a cliff.
Yeah, was thrown off.
Deuce Martin?
Yes, sir. We left his body with the sheriff up at Spotswood.
Now, there are only 2 witnesses to that killing. One of them's dead already. The sheriff, you know my pa and brother are innocent.
Deuce gave me a full statement.
Yeah, and then he left town before the trial.
Didn't much matter. Sally Burns saw it, too.
And you believe her?
Well, the jury did, Joe. I'm sorry.
Joe, Hanson's doing a hard job the best way he can. Now, time's getting short, but we may still come out of this right side up.
Well, what do you want us to do now, Paul?
3 things. First off, talk to Sally Burns again. And second, help Ed Baxter. He's putting out a special edition of the newspaper.
What good's that going to do?
It'll make people think a little bit.
And I'd like you to think of the 3rd thing, which may be our best chance. Barney Ogden's taking a petition around town. The governor will grant a stay of execution if we can wire him the names of 50 citizens, asking that our case be reconsidered.
Oh, and Hawkins' men are in town, so stay clear of them.
Well, we won't fool with the Hawkins boys. We better get together, Little Joe.
Look for your horses first. I heard you coming into town fast after a long ride. A good rancher looks to his horses first.
Of course, now, on the other hand, you hang him too high, and whoosh, you know?
This town's like a graveyard. What's the matter with everybody?
I just don't know.
Well, mostly people come from miles around to watch the neck stretching.
They bring a lunch and make a day of it.
There's some folks around here kind of fond of the Cartwrights, who wishes there wouldn't be any hanging.
It'll make Hawkins the biggest ranch in the territory. You like our boss, don't you?
Sure. Just don't like to see anybody hang.
Sounds to me like you ain't got no respect for the law. I'll just have to drag you out to watch it.
Asking the boss will be audience enough.
Hey, you know old Ben Cartwright been reading a good book? You don't suppose he's praying for one of them miracles, do you?
Chaps, Keeler, take a look around town.
Take care of your horse?
Yeah, 6 quarts of grain and all the hay and water he wants.
Yes, sir. Where you from?
Lassiter?
Hey, ain't Lassiter that town in Kansas that them raiders looted and burned?
They're hanging Ben or coming?
Coming real soon. You, here to watch?
Why, I'm looking for someone.
I don't hardly see, nobody packing a gun in the breeches. I'll take care of your horse.
Yeah.
Hawkins sure has a lot of hired guns in town.
Yeah. Easy.
We'll get out of the way.
Sure, kid.
Joe!
Just watch who you're calling kid.
Just take it easy, Joe. Pick up yourself. Joe, you're gonna have to watch that temper, boy.
Well, Hawkins better keep his men out of my way.
You open?
Coffee and stew.
I'll have coffee and stew.
Is something wrong?
Oh, it's just that I've never seen a lonesomer town.
Well, it's just that everyone's afraid to watch the Cartwrights die.
Not everyone. That calendar there says someone's been counting the days.
Miss Sally, ma'am, we'd like to talk to you for a minute if we could. You see, you're the only one left in town now that can save our Pa and Adam. Me and little Joe found Deuce Martin dead.
Dead?
Yes, sir.
You're the only witness against them now.
I told you what I saw at the trial.
Sally, you've lied.
Joe, no need for that.
You were hurting a lady.
I didn't mean to hurt you, Sally. I'm sorry. I just wanted you to tell the truth, that's all. We're not doing any good here. Let's go see Bonnie Ogden.
Ma'am, are you sure that nothing had caused you to change your mind?
I'm not gonna lie for you. You and Si Hawkins are the only men I've seen stand up to the Cartwrights. Coffee and stew are on the house.
Who was killed?
My father. Ben Cartwright come here one night with his son Adam. They were boiling mad and claimed Pa had been by Mavericks stolen off their Ponderosa. They went out back where Pa and his hard hand Deuce Martin were cutting wood. I could hear them arguing. And then there was a shooting. Well, if you knew what it was like to have someone killed in such a crazy way like that.
I do know. I know very well.
Sent me. Give me a nickel if I'd bring some stew for supper for his prisoners.
All right, Jimmy.
No trigger.
Yeah, that's right.
Looks kind of old.
Well, my pa used it for a long time.
But it's yours now?
Yeah. Does the town of Lassiter in Kansas mean anything to you?
No. How do you mean?
Well, have you heard of anybody around here being connected with the town in any way?
No.
Well, who would be the biggest rancher around here?
Ben Cartwright. I thought everyone knew that.
Cartwright. No, I didn't know that. Is he a tall fella?
He's big. Why?
Well, he may be a fella I'm looking for.
Well, don't you know by the name?
I'll know when I see his face. Thank you.
Hey, Shaps, Keeler. Fred says for everybody to come in and have a drink.
Harry, Bragg, you hear him?
Nothing to worry about. Everything's under control.
I'll be handling the final details. I'll do what I can to be helpful.
That's very kind of you. Just how can you help us?
Your throat should be clean shaved as possible. The hemp is new and stiff. It sometimes pulls short whiskers. That can be painful. Also, your boots should fit snug. Otherwise, they may fly off.
Oh, we can do without your help.
I believe you mean well, friend, but we thank you.
I understand.
What do you want?
See the older Cartwright.
What for?
It's a personal matter.
Sorry, but you can't. Go ahead.
Our Lord, who is worthy to be praised, so shall I be saved from mine enemies. What is it?
I thought I might know you. And I don't.
You seem disappointed.
I am.
You thought the hangman was doing you a favor?
Yeah.
This man you thought I might be. You hate him very much.
Yep. Sorry I troubled you.
Who is it? Me, Hoss. Paul? Hoss? Sally Burns ain't gonna change what she had to say.
What about the petition?
Barney Ogden's probably down in the miners' flats. Little Joe's down there to fetch him now.
Well, that's good. They ought to get lots of names down there.
Yeah, and we're gonna need them too. Everybody in town's holed up in their house.
Hawkins.
Yeah, they want to stay on his good side in case he takes over the territory.
Nobody's taken over while I'm sheriff.
Hanson, you knew an office here. They get rid of Pa. Hawkins will start chopping away at the Ponderosa till he's more powerful than he is now. And if you stay honest, you'll just have one problem. You'll be dead.
Better get on with your talking. Time's running out.
Hoss, I want you to work on the petition and the newspaper. But no more than that.
What do you mean, no more than that, Paul?
Adam and I agree. Do everything you can inside the law. But that's all. If you try to free us by force, Hawkins' men will slaughter you. Besides, you'll be coming up against these lawmen and be shooting at our friends. That's no good.
You don't have to worry none, Paul.
Hoss, I want you to promise me no violence.
Yes, sir.
And try the telegraph office. Maybe Joe missed Barney. Maybe he's already got the names and sending them to the governor.
Yeah, I'll check.
Mr. Cartwright?
Yes?
I had reason to think that the man I wanted was around here.
You thought I was him?
Yes, but there were never two more different men in the whole world than you and my man, and I'm sorry that I bothered you.
Don't worry yourself.
Hey, Hogue, only about an hour to go. Hawkins better get here soon.
Yeah, he'll sure be sore if he misses it.
He won't miss it.
You looking for something?
Have a whiskey, please?
You a stranger been going around, ain't you? You know, Fred, he packs his gun in his breeches. You reckon he'd bust a finger taking it out?
Oh, Hawkins don't want no trouble, Bert. Not till after the hanging.
Sure, I know. I just wondered about this little fella here. You know, it could be he's a friend of the Cartwrights.
Are you, mister? Yeah. Long standing?
10, maybe 15 minutes.
It'd be a short-lived friendship.
Now, us, we're backing up law and order and justice. Seeing that there ain't no slip-ups in that hanging. Now, you forget that for just 1 minute, and I'm gonna personally turn you inside out. You hear good? You too scared to talk?
Go outside and cool down, Bert.
Hey, Cartwright's got any friends around here?
Not many.
Watch it, kid.
Sorry, mister.
What do you got there?
Stu, I gotta take you to the jail.
Hey, Hoagie. Hey, Hogue, come here.
Yeah.
This kid's taking Stu to the jail. It must be the Cartwright's last supper. Say, what do you think we ought to do with it, Hogue?
Well, let's just flavor it up a little.
Stop!
Oh, let's just do her upright, Hogue, huh?
Don't, please, mister!
Come here, kid.
No, please, stop, mister!
Get up.
That's enough. Get him inside. Move on in. We'll take care of you later, after the hanging.
I'll go get more.
It don't matter, man.
You just finish what you started, son.
Yes.
Whose side are you on anyhow?
Well, I talked to your pa, and I'm just beginning to wonder about this hanging.
How come?
Well, it just seems to me that the wrong kind of people are in jail around here.
Well, it's for sure that my pa and my brother didn't kill Mr. Burns.
Yeah, well, a lot of people around here think they did.
Couldn't have happened. Couldn't have happened the way Sally said it did. Mr. Burns was shot from out of the dark. My pa and Adam shot back trying to save him.
You mean that Sally Burns lied?
No, I don't think Miss Sally lied. It was dark that night. I think she just didn't see it right.
What about the fella that saw it?
Deuce Martin? He ain't no good. He'd have been scared out of it or bought off or anything.
Well, I hope you get that petition signed.
We will. We got a special edition of the paper coming out, and that's going to help.
That's good.
Still talking about that petition. Something about the newspaper. Better cover ourselves.
He ain't with Hawkins.
Yeah, who is he with then?
You fellas, if you don't mind.
Look, Barney ain't down at the flats. He hasn't been there.
He didn't even go down there?
No. We gotta hurry up and find him and get that petition. We haven't got much time left.
Yeah, let's try his house. Come on.
Right.
If nothing else works, you fellas planning on a small revolution?
Yep.
Well, hold off as long as you can.
What do you think he's got in mind?
I don't know. But if it's a revolution, I got a sneaking hunch that feller'd be worth a regiment.
No, we don't get the petition, we're gonna need a regiment. Come on.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Hawkins comes to town, he'll settle with his men for treating you that way.
No, he won't. He won't do nothing.
Well, he can't be held responsible for what his men do.
As a rule, you can usually tell a man by the men around him.
Now, Hawkins was forced to hire those rough men to stand up to the Cartwrights.
Better pull him down, Bert.
I'm busy.
Hawkins won't like folks reading words like that.
I can't prove the Cartwrights didn't murder Burns, but the Lord willing, I can help stop the hanging.
I sure wish we could change your mind. Sharp. Words like you got down here might get a whole town thinking the wrong way. Anybody ever get the arm caught in one of these things?
Fred, looks like he's melting down some type.
I told you I'm busy.
Sure is hot. I knew a fellow once who got his face pushed in some boiling lead. He sure wasn't a pretty sight.
You know, all the shades are down in Barney's house.
Yeah, let's try it anyhow.
Yeah. That's funny, middle of the day, have the shades down.
Yeah.
Try again.
Hey, Barney, what are you doing sitting here in the dark?
Hoss, I'm sorry.
Where's the petition?
Don't make him feel any worse than he already does. He was trying, Hoss. If you knew what they said they'd do to him.
So he quit. So he quit and he came back to hide in this house. A house you wouldn't have, Barney, if it hadn't been for my father.
How many names did you get on it, Barney?
5.
5?
The sheriff, the deputy, the hangman and his helper, Mr. Baxter.
What about your own? What about your own, Barney?
They made me scratch it off. You don't know what they said they'd do to my daughter.
Where's the petition, Barney? Little Joe and me will get it signed.
Look, we haven't got time for that now.
No, we can try.
It's here. I'll light the lamp.
Don't bother, Barney. I think I can see you better in the dark than I ever did in the daylight anyhow.
Jason already asked me.
And you wouldn't sign it?
Nope.
Max, we done tried 6 houses on this block and nobody had signed it. All we need is just a few names to get the bail. Max, you don't have to be scared of nobody.
I ain't scared. It's just that... Look, I don't want no part of it. One way or t'other. Now leave me be.
Look, Max, if we... All right, let's get the guns.
Not yet. Come on.
Well, now, the way I look at it, they was tried fair and square. And I ain't one to go agin a judge and jury.
Now, Zeke, you know they're not guilty.
Well, now, I'm sorry, but I don't know no such thing.
Come on, Joe. They're still with us.
Thanks a lot, Zeke.
Gil, you've always been one of our best friends.
It ain't fair you're bringing this in here. Besides, one more name won't do no good.
Look, we said we'd protect you.
I know you mean that, and maybe you would. Every day of the year but one.
Come on, Joe.
My, you sure are working hard on that petition. You know, I'll sign it. My name's Ulysses S. Grant.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Bless it. Thanks.
So you're headed there.
It's about time for Mr. Baxter's paper to be out, little Joe. Let's go over and see what's keeping him.
Forget it. There's no time for that paper now.
If it comes to shooting...
We'll do just like you said. We'll hold off till the last.
Let's go. Bleeding. What's wrong with him?
He's been scared half to death. It's time to get them guns, Joe. Come on.
Hey, it's the boss. 20 minutes to go. He sure is spare with his time.
Anything happen I should know?
Oh, nothing much. They gave up on the petition.
They didn't try anything else?
Well, Baxter was putting out a newspaper to help him, but we stopped him.
Oh? How?
Little hot lead.
Good. He won't forget. That's all?
Yep.
What happened to your hand, Bert?
I was a stranger. Nothing to worry about.
You better be right. Bert.
Yes, sir.
Put my horse up and build a fire out there by the gallows. We'll be able to see better.
Jay, Hoagie, come on.
Thanks.
Little Joe, horse. Feed box. Mr. Jackson, I hate to do this to you. You make one sound, I'm gonna do worse, you hear?
Let's go.
Trouble?
I got there too late, they told me.
All things being equal, you got there as soon as you could.
Yeah, but I wanted to do something good for Mr. Cartwright and Adam, and I didn't even get them their last meal on time. They're tying their hands up so as to hang them.
Thought it was a plain business deal. Sheriff gave you a nickel for the job.
I don't care about the nickel. I want to do something for Mr. Cartwright before they kill him.
I know it's hard, Jimmy. That's the way it's got to be. They're murderers.
They're not. Mr. Cartwright gave me a Christmas horse.
What?
Last year, when Ma and Pa were liking to die with the fever, Mr. Cartwright came over and gave me that pretty piebald mare of mine. Said it was for Christmas. And it was in the middle of the summer. Now I'll never get to pay him back.
Now look, you paid Mr. Cartwright back, and he knows it. And I know it. And someday you're gonna know it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now come on, you're going home. Everything's gonna be all right.
Poor kid. Just like the Cartwrights. Buy some little present and get a lifetime of loyalty for it. As if they were kings or something.
With the fire they're building, you'll get a good view of the hanging from here.
What makes you think I want a good view?
Don't you? And why'd you mark the calendar towards this day?
Look, I want this to happen. I don't want to see it happen.
It'll be over in a few minutes.
I've got things to do.
Can't see the hanging from here. Just hear it.
Hear it?
Your hanging sounds almost as bad as it looks. Trapdoor bangs open, and there's a loud thump. There's probably a few fellas watching will give a whoop or a holler. Is this the window you saw the killing from?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of dusty.
Why don't you leave me alone?
Because you didn't see it. Deuce Martin told you he saw the killing and you thought the Cartwrights were guilty.
Now, they deserve to hang.
You didn't see it.
Look, I've gone through enough. I've lost my pa. I know the Cartwrights are dying on my word alone. Now, you just leave me be. I thought you were a friend.
I am, and I won't let you do this.
Look, Hawkins told me what it'd be like. The Cartwrights are rich men. They'd go free after killing my pa. I couldn't let that happen.
So you lied?
I didn't say that.
Now look, once, just once, I saw an innocent man hanged. And I'm still looking for the men who did it, and I will be for a long time. Now, the Cartwrights didn't kill your pa. I know that. And someplace inside you, you know that too.
Leave me be.
It's starting.
All right, we better move.
Not yet.
They're walking up the steps. Can you hear them?
Good over your head.
Lord, who's worthy to be praised, so shall I be saved from my...
You're right. I didn't see them. I couldn't be sure.
Tell him. Come on, tell him.
Sheriff Hanson! Sheriff Hanson! Sheriff Hanson, I lied. I didn't see them do it.
Stay out of this.
We met before, mister.
Who are you?
In Last City, Kansas. Remember? At another hanging party. Remember? Remember?
That's enough shooting. All right.
I bet you're glad we didn't wait till the last minute.
Confounded Cartwrights!
How much I owe you?
$2.
Much obliged.
Lassiter, I guess I'll never know who killed Pa. Hanging innocent men. I owe you
I want to thank you.
You don't have to thank me. You did what you thought you had to do. And you made it right.
There ain't no way to thank you for what you've done. Tell you how we feel.
I know how you feel. My pa was hanged wrongly.
Why don't you stay here? Found the man you were looking for.
Thank you. But the men who did that hanging, there's more of them. A lot more. I'll be seeing you.
He's a driven man, Paul. I sure would hate to be him.
Yeah. Somebody'd like to be even less. Any one of the men he's looking for.